Hello, hello. Welcome to the ScamAware 101 Scam Awareness live stream. I'm Jared with ScamAware 101. Say hi in the chat. Let me know if you can see me. Let me know if you can hear me. Got some good stuff to go over today. We'll get started in a couple minutes. We'll get started at 5:50ish. Give some people some time to get here. What's up, John? In the meantime, hit that like button. Click the thumbs up. Click the heart. Say hi in the chat. Let us know you're here. Let us know you're watching. We're going to go over some of the most recent scams, some trends. Check out some recent scam warnings. Welcome, welcome. Say hi in the chat. Click the like button. Click the heart. Let us know you're here. Let us know you're watching. We're going to get started at 5:50. Give everybody a couple minutes to join. Then we're going to jump right into headlines. Go over some recent scams. See what warnings are out there. Make you aware of the threat so you can protect yourself and your loved ones. While we're waiting, before we get started, click that thumbs up, hit the heart, say hello in the chat. So we got John in the chat. How's it going over there, John? Staying safe from scams, watching out there. We're getting started in a couple minutes here, just letting everybody join. We're going to go over some common scams. Thank you, Art. I heard you're my biggest fan. Hello, hello. See more people joining. Welcome, welcome. This is our weekly scam awareness live stream. We're going to get started in a couple minutes here. In the meantime, say hi in the chat. Click the thumbs up. Give us a like. See if we can spread some awareness. Hey, Walt. Welcome, welcome. We got two live streams going, one widescreen, one vertical. Looks like everybody's joined the vertical, so that's cool. Two separate chats, but we're monitoring them both. If it's your first time seeing one of our live streams, we're going to go over some of the latest scam trends. We're going to start off with checking some of the latest headlines, see what warnings are out there. And then we're going to go over some real scam examples that are currently active. Sometimes these live streams go 3 hours, 5 hours, people come and go. Some people stay the whole time. No matter what, you're going to get something good out of it. Gonna get started in 2 minutes here. If you haven't joined our email list yet, you definitely should. We'll send out you some scam awareness tips, send you some free ebooks when we have them ready, and keep you updated, let you know when we're going live. When we post new videos to our YouTube channel, you can join our email list at scamaware101.com. You can click join mailing list. Follow us on all your favorite social media pages. Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, YouTube. If you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more our content will be spread thanks to the algorithm. So that's our goal here, to spread awareness, spreading awareness of scams. So you can protect yourself, protect your loved ones. And believe me, there's a lot to be aware of. These scammers, they're staying ahead of the times. They're always using the latest technology and the newest tricks. They always have new tricks up their sleeve. So it's important to stay aware. We get started in another minute here. Get started at 5:50 sharp. In the meantime, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. Click that heart. Click that thumbs up. Click like. See if we get some more people in the chat. Thank you, Walt. Is that Macho Man on your eye? I can't see. It's kind of small. Looks like Macho Man. Could be wrong. Very small on my screen. Begin started in a minute here. Your first time joining one of our live streams. A little about us. Our goal is to spread awareness here at Scamware 101. Awareness of scams. The latest scams, the latest trends. Because believe it or not, the scams, they do go through trends and phases depending on the time of year. Like right now, IRS scams. You got to watch for IRS and tax scams. And we'll be going over those in a little bit later in our live stream as well. All right, 5:50. All right, that's it. We give everybody 5 minutes. Not here. There we go. We're starting without them. We're going to dive right into the head. Well, first, let me tell you a little about Scamware 101. If this is your first time joining one of our live streams, we do this live stream every week, every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. And we cover a wide range of scam-related topics to increase awareness and let you know what's going on. We always start out with reviewing the recent headlines, which we'll dive into that right after I finish this little bit of a spiel. And then we go through real examples of scams that are currently active and spreading, right? So these aren't like outdated scams. A lot of the examples I'm going to share are within a couple weeks old, a couple months old, and they're currently active, right? So we believe that the key to stopping these scammers is to be aware in the first place. Knowledge is what's going to stop these scammers. Software will help. Software is important, but at the end of the day, being aware is key to protecting yourself. So that's our goal here, to spread awareness. Let's start out with going through the headlines. In the meantime, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're here. Click that thumbs up. Click the heart. Even if you're not going to stick around, if you appreciate what we're doing here, click that heart. It'll help spread awareness and get our content out there to people. Now, let's get started. First headline. Bank official prevents Gage County man from parting with $22,000 in a scam. All right, good. So we're starting off with a positive story. It looks like someone avoided getting scammed. And it looks like a bank official helped them. So let's see what this says here. A Liberty man nearly lost $22,000 on Wednesday after a scammer convinced him that his daughter had... let's get a little graphic. All right. They claimed his daughter was in a car accident and was injured. And this is what's known as a grandparent scam, right? So when a scammer calls up, they do an impersonation of a police officer. Sometimes they'll even impersonate the loved one. And they'll claim that your daughter or son has been in an accident and is in jail. They'll claim that they need money to bond out. They'll claim that there's court fees to pay. They'll claim that there's various fees. And that's known as a grandparent scam. And later on in the stream, we're actually going to share an example of a grandparent scam in action. Let's see what else this article says about it. The victim received another call later, this time from a man posing as an attorney. So this is what they do. First they call up and impersonate the police and they try to get some money. Then they call up and they impersonate the attorney and try to get some money. Then they call up and impersonate the courts and try to get some money. When the victim spoke to the woman posing as his daughter, he said she didn't sound like her. She claimed her nose had been broken in a crash. That's why she didn't sound like her, which the victim found plausible at the time. Right? So these scammers, they know what to say. They do this for a living. So no matter what you say to them, they've heard it before and they're going to have a response. And in this case, when the victim said, hey, you don't sound like my daughter, they knew what to respond with. And that was, they broke my nose and I sound different. The suspect told the victim that the bond was set at $220,000 and asked if they could come up with $22,000, so 10%. According to deputies, the victim said he could and went to the Security First Bank in Patrice to withdraw the money. He was instructed to call the suspects back after withdrawing the cash. So when the guy went in to withdraw the cash, the branch manager at Security First Bank spoke with the victim and convinced him it was a scam. So that's good. The bank was able to contact the victim's actual daughter, who confirmed she had not been arrested. So there you go. There's a positive story of someone that, luckily, this scam got stopped. They didn't lose their money, but they were about ready to do it. So if it wasn't for that bank teller, the assistant branch manager over at Security First Bank, telling the victim, hey, this is a scam. They were about ready to lose at least $22,000. So that's a grandparent scam. These are very active. And like I said, we're going to actually go over some examples of this a little later. We have a recording and an actual webcam recording of one of these scammers doing one of these grandparent scams. So we'll go over that a little bit more detailed once we dive into more scams. But that's our first headline. It's a good one. It's a positive story at least. The person didn't get scammed. There we go. Let's take a look at our next headline. If you just joined us, say hi in the chat. Click that heart, click that thumbs up, click that like. Beware of new QR code scam involving unsolicited packages. Both the FTC and the BBB are warning about a new twist on an e-commerce scam known as brushing. And we did a video about this, actually. We addressed the brushing side and the QR code side of this. We did it during the holidays, actually. So it's on our YouTube channel. Let's see what they're saying about these brushing scams. They're warning about a new twist on an e-commerce scam known as brushing, which is designed to boost a seller's rating by creating fake orders. Scammers use your address to mail you something you didn't ask for, usually something cheap and lightweight. Because the scammer has proof of the package delivery, they'll use that to go online and create a fake review. So that's known as a brushing scam. And it's basically the scammer's just using your information so they can set up an account and leave a fake review. Some of these packages that arrive, they'll be like flower seeds or a ping pong ball, just completely random cheap junk. That's how they could get away with just shipping these all over the place. But the point is, they place these orders, they send out junk packages, and then they're able to leave fake reviews. It doesn't really hurt the person who they're claiming to be, who gets this package. At the worst case, there's a review out there with your name on it, possibly. But there's a second part to this brushing scam, which is sometimes these packages come with QR codes on them, which could be considered a separate scam in itself, which is QR code scams, right? So they warned that the FTC and BBB warned that those unexpected packages could contain QR codes to steal your personal information. The QR codes usually come with instructions urging you to scan the code to find out who sent the package. When you scan, the QR code leads you to a fraudulent website aiming to fish more information from you, like your bank details or social security number. BBB says it's easy for scammers to find our addresses. There's so much information that's out there. As much as we like to think we're safe online, our addresses are out there. There's been so many data breaches, and we'll talk about those later on in the live stream as well. She advises against scanning any QR codes in unsolicited packages that say you should notify the BBB if you receive one of these packages. They said if you could tell where the package came from, for example, it's in packaging from Amazon or Walmart, notify the retailer directly and report the package as fraud. So that's a brushing scam, but the thing to be aware of more than just receiving a package is the QR codes. That's where it could affect you. If you scan these QR codes, it could take you to a malicious website that steals your information or installs a virus or malware on your device. Never scan QR codes that you don't know, that you can't trust. There's lots of QR code scams. There's parking meters that have fake QR codes slapped on them. We'll talk about QR codes more as well, but they're becoming more common. Scammers are taking advantage of those, and there's lots of examples of QR codes being used to trick people. Fake gift codes that say scan here to activate it. But that's our second headline for today, brushing scams and QR code scams, which again, we did a video about that last year. So check out our Scamware 101 YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe and follow us, but we got videos on that scam on our site. I like finding headlines that end up matching videos that we've done because it shows that we're staying ahead of the curve by releasing these videos. Some of these scams that they're just warning us about now, we released videos about weeks or months ago. Let's check out this next headline. Seaside Police Alert. Beware of online scam with fake attorneys. All right, so this says the immigrant community is feeling desperate right now, doing everything they can to secure legal status in the U.S., causing some to fall victim to scams. Yeah. So scammers aren't stupid. They know that there's a lot going on with immigration and stuff in America right now. So, of course, they're going to start targeting immigrants. Or even just targeting non-immigrants, but claiming that they've been identified as an immigrant. So it makes sense for scammers to target that right now. Police department wants the community to be aware of an online scam in which scammers pose as immigration attorneys claiming to offer services that help people avoid immigration enforcement, but only take their money. Ceasefire and police post on social media that people should be careful if someone asks for money in return for some sense of safety or security. It's a scam. We want the community to be very cautious. Police say a victim seeking permanent residency contacted someone online who they believed was an immigration attorney. After sending thousands of dollars, they received nothing in return. Attorney, can't say that name, says this particular scam is relatively new. We should not spend $1 without being absolutely sure if somebody is for real, she said. Yeah, so watch out for those scams. That's an interesting one. That's a newer headline, but it makes sense. You know, scammers watch the news too. They know what to take advantage of in their scams. Now this is interesting. China, and I might pronounce some as wrong, repatriates more than 1,000 online scam workers rescued from Myanmar. Might be saying some of that stuff wrong, but the point is, sometimes we bring this up on our live stream. These scam workers, a lot of them are actually being forced to do this. And apparently in China, there's entire like regions that it's just all these scammers, and a lot of them are there. They're basically slaves. They're just forced to try and do these scams all day long. In this article, it talks about 1,000 online scam workers that were rescued from one of these places. And we mentioned Myanmar last week because they actually had their power shut off. The headline we were reading last week was talking about how like an entire city's power was being turned off by local enforcement because the whole city was a scam city. So that was like phase one, was turn the power off to stop them, and now it looks like they went in and rescued a bunch of scam workers that were being forced to do it. Thailand, China, and Myanmar have coordinated efforts over the past month to shut down the scam centers that bilked victims around the world out of billions of dollars through false romantic ploys, bogus investment pitches, and illegal gambling schemes. Hundreds of thousands of people from Southeast Asia and elsewhere are estimated to have worked at such centers. Hundreds of thousands of people, right? That gives you an idea of how widespread this is, how many scammers are involved. Many were recruited under false pretenses for other jobs and found themselves trapped in virtual slavery. Thai officials said recently that as many as 10,000 people may be repatriated from Myanmar from the online scam centers. Thai officials told reporters on Thursday the rescued workers were being taken in batches of 50 across a bridge from Myanmar to Thailand, where they're going to be processed. Yeah. So that's been a hot topic the past couple weeks, and it's good to see that they're actually doing something. But it's wild to think that these scammers are being forced into doing it. There's basically trafficking, human trafficking going on, and the purpose is to enslave them into scamming people all day long at these call centers. An earlier crackdown on scam centers in Myanmar happened in late 2023 after China expressed embarrassment and concern over illegal casinos and scam operations along its border. Yeah. So, you know, people ask a lot of times, how come we can't track down these scammers? And this is why. They literally have entire cities that are protected by authorities that are corrupt or it's too powerful. We're dealing with large crime syndicates. So I thought that article was interesting. It gives you a good idea of how widespread this is. There's just thousands and thousands of people being forced into slavery to perform these scams. Wow. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Click that like button. Click the heart. Click the thumbs up. we're going over some of the latest scams and scam trends, trying to spread awareness so you can protect yourself and protect your loved ones. Right now, we're going over the headlines, checking out some of the latest headlines from the past week to see which scams we're being warned about, which scams are trending. Hey, do us a favor, click the like button, help spread the word about our content. We're just trying to do something good here and spread awareness. We post scam awareness videos on our YouTube channel. We have this live stream every week. We have our website, Scamaware 101, with an email list. So you should definitely join our email list. We'll send you reminders when we're online and some of the latest scam awareness info. Again, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. Definitely click that like button. Hey Nat, I see you in our regular view chat. Got a lot of people in the vertical room chatting too. But good to see you, Nat. Thank you for joining. Here we go. Here's one about an IRS scam. I mentioned these earlier. It's that time of year, right? So we need to be aware of IRS scams and tax scams. And we're going to talk about these in more detail later. But in this one, we have a warning from Clinton County Sheriff's Office. They've received several reports of fake messages claiming to be from the IRS. Yep, and this is actually the one we're going to talk about later, too. There's an example on my screen. But basically, these text messages are going out, and they're claiming as part of an economic impact payment, there's a $1,400 payment for you to claim. And then it includes a fake link that's going to try to steal your information. It might be a little small on my screen, so you might not be able to see the example they show in this article, but I am going to bring up a larger example later when we're going over IRS scams. The article doesn't give too much additional information about this one. It just wants you to be aware of this text message. And also be aware of any other text message that claim to be IRS. Just because this is the one that they're reporting about doesn't mean that there aren't other ones out there. Because we do know every year scammers do like to impersonate the IRS. This example is an example of a text message they're sending out, but they also have sent the same scam in emails. They send the same message in emails trying to fool people. It works the same way. And you know that we can't go a week without talking about our next headline here. EasyPass scam targeting people over texts. This one has been going on for months, this EasyPass scam. And there were tons of headlines about this one when I was gathering this week's headlines. It's so widespread right now. So we'll see what this, and we're going to spend some time on this too. I have so many examples to share of this one later, but let's see specifically what this article is saying about it. New Jersey officials issued a warning about a new scam that could be buried in your pocket. Thieves are reportedly using text messages to target people on their cell phones. The messages claim the person has an unpaid EasyPass tool. When the user click on the link provided, that's when the scammers strike. The text might claim you have a small unpaid balance, like $6 or $7, but warns of excessive fines if it's not paid quickly. 1 out of 5 people, the FTC says, are scammed by imposter scams where they're phishing for information. Said Dennis Nolan, investigator with the Division of Consumer Affairs for Bergen and Passaic County. It could be credit cards, date of birth. It could be any type of question they ask to get information. And it's been done by text and by email and also by phone. There you go, right? They're attacking from all angles. You always have to stay aware. And we're going to go over many different examples of scams that cross all those forms of communication. We're going to go over some phone call scams. We're going to go over some text message scams. We're going to go over some email scams. We're going to even go over some snail mail scams. So that's all coming up soon. But in the meantime, back to this headline. Watch out for this EasyPass. And it's not just EasyPass. They're impersonating SunPass, Fast Track. The list goes on. There's so many agencies that was it Easy Drive, Massachusetts. So we'll show you some more examples of these later, but that's what this headline's warning us about. Extremely common scam right now. All right, let's take a look at our next headline here. Hey, John, let me know if the vertical stream is okay. I'm getting a warning saying it's a little laggy. To those just joining us, thank you for joining. Click that like button, click the heart, say hi in the chat. We're just doing our weekly live stream where we spread awareness of scams, and we're checking the latest headlines right now from the week. Hit that subscribe button, help us spread awareness. Here's a quick tip about a mortgage scam targeting homeowners across the country. The FTC is warning consumers about scam calls that are costing victims hundreds of thousands of dollars. All right, John, I'll give it a minute or two, and I'll disconnect after this article if it stays laggy. Or you know what? I'll tell you what. I'm going to disconnect and reconnect the vertical one, and then I'll go over the headline. This way, it's not stopped. Those in the regular stream, just bear with us. I'm just giving the vertical stream a quick restart. Now I'm looking at your comment in the chat here. My mother actually got the toll booth SMS scam text. She contacted the correct toll authority and found out from the phone call she made. And it was a scam. Yeah, everybody's getting this one. It's crazy. All week long, people are telling me about it. And it's wild how many different versions there are of that scam right now, too. So many impersonations. All right, looks like our vertical stream is better now since it's disconnected and reconnected. We'll see if it sticks. All right, so back to this headline here. Hey, Urban, welcome to the chat. Now, for those just joining, we do this live stream every week, Scam Aware 101. We try to spread awareness of scams, go over the latest trends, latest scam headlines, so you can protect yourself and your loved ones. It's important to stay one step ahead of these scammers and know when you're being targeted. So this next headline here is a mortgage scam. Here's how the mortgage scam works. Scammers pose as your lender, using fake caller ID to look legit. Oh, pop up. What was this? Using fake caller ID to look legitimate. Yes, Urban. Yep. Right. So when these scammers call you, they're impersonating your lender. And something to be aware of, and this is the first article that's mentioned it so far today, but you're going to hear me mention it many times. Scammers can manipulate what phone number shows on a caller ID. So just because it looks like your lender's calling and it shows your lender's phone number, it doesn't mean it is a lender. And in this case, that's what these scammers are doing in this new mortgage scam. And they're doing it in a lot of other scams too. When they're impersonating a sheriff's office, they show a sheriff's phone number. When they impersonate the bank, they show the bank's phone number. In this case, they're impersonating a mortgage company and they're showing the lender's phone number. Right? So just because you get a phone call that shows the lender's phone number, don't trust it. You need to hang up and you need to call your lender directly if you think that's real. So let's see what this specific one is saying. They call up, they impersonate your lender. The caller ID shows the lender's phone number. They often know personal details already, like your name, address, and mortgage provider. And that's because of data breaches. That's because all the cybersecurity and data breaches that are happening at these third-party companies. And we're going to be talking about that in a little bit too. Because these scammers, they're armed with so much information about you that when they call up, that's how they gain your trust. That's how they convince you. They know all these things that they shouldn't, or that you don't think they should know. And then they pressure you into making payments through unusual methods, like money orders or prepaid cards, claiming it's necessary to avoid foreclosure. Yeah, so they're calling up, they're claiming to be the lender, they're claiming you're going into foreclosure, and they're trying to scare you into making payments to them. And we're going to talk about these red flags too. These prepaid cards, money orders, things like that. Unusual forms of payment are always red flags. Remember, real lenders won't demand payments in unusual ways or threaten foreclosure without proper notice. So there you go, all you homeowners out there. Be careful watch out for these scammers impersonating lenders. All right, let's take a look at our next headline. Just join us, click like, say hi in the chat. Suburban man loses $50K in dating app romance scam. The 72-year-old said he learned his lesson the hard way after being scammed from a woman claiming to be from Wilmette. Ouch. Let's see what happened to this guy. A man from Lake County is warning others this Valentine's Day after being scammed out of $50,000 from a woman he met through a dating app. This is a sad story. After losing his wife of 43 years, I hate when you hear these stories about they lost their husband or wife and then they fall for a scammer. After losing his wife of 43 years, he turned to online dating looking for love, but he won't ever again. I hurt to the point that I don't want to move forward, trying to find another lady right now, he said. The 72-year-old said he learned his lesson the hard way after being scammed from a woman claiming to be from Wilmette. See if I can find the details of this scam. The victim said the two matched on the dating app Tinder and started chatting last summer, messaging back and forth about their interests. The woman went by Nasha and over time gained Gary's trust. She picked up on, what does he say, on one of his ventures, some about fishing, actual fishing. He likes to go fishing. But I knew something was off when she refused to meet in person. That's when Gary said he cut off communication. But Nasha persisted, told him she wanted to marry him. You're emotionally set up on a different platform than you thought you would be. After messaging for months, the conversation then shifted to gold trading and investing, right? So this is a classic pig butchering scam. It starts off as a romance thing, and then it evolves into an investing thing. They'll say they have a tip for you or they have a great investment to send money, and you trust this person because you think you're in a relationship with them, and they take your money. My pride was hurt, said Gary. The only reason why I did it was because it was emotion. Gary hopes by sharing his story he can prevent someone else from being a victim. Yeah. You got to appreciate these victims that come forward and share their stories. Because a lot of them are embarrassed and ashamed. And quite frankly, a lot of people react to them and say, how could you ever fall for that? And they're not very kind to the victims. So I always appreciate when victims come forward. It's a brave thing to do, to share their experience with us and hopefully help others. Getting a warning about this vertical stream again. I'm going to change a setting on it and restart the vertical stream. In the meantime, if you're first time watching one of our streams, say hi in the chat, click the heart, say hello, click that like button. Help us spread awareness. We do this live stream every Thursday. Just trying to spread awareness about common scams. Restarting that vertical stream. I see people in the widescreen stream. The only one talking is Nat. Appreciate it, Nat. Thank you for the interaction. And always sharing the story here every week with our regulars. Definitely appreciate you. Anybody else in there, say hi in the chat. Click the like button. Click the thumbs up. Help us spread awareness and help protect people from these scams. All right, let's take a look at our next headline. I just gave the vertical stream a restart again. See if that helps. So here's another article about a tax scam. This one came out of Georgia. It might be specific to Georgia, but it's still a good example and something to be aware of. New email scam targets Georgia taxpayers in middle of tax season. The scam requests front and back and high-resolution photos of your driver's license and Medicare card. So these scammers are actually trying to steal your identification documents. They're trying to steal your identity because they want your driver's license and your Medicare card. Here's a screenshot of the email scam. So it claims that it originated from the Georgia Taxation Office. And this example says something about claims made through the coronavirus job keeper payments business incentive scheme. It's a strange text. But at the end of the day, what they're trying to do is they're trying to steal your documentation. Never provide your driver's license or Medicare card to a stranger that emailed you, or to anyone that emailed you.
Looking for a fun activity for the whole family?
Oh, what was that? Start playing. Hey, Katie, welcome back. Hey, John, I'm getting another warning about the stream quality. Is it lagging again? It's funny how the vertical one does that. The widescreen one seems to be okay, but the vertical one gives me a warning. It was doing this last week too. We're about halfway through the headlines. If you're just joining us, click the thumbs up, say hello. All right, John, let me know if it starts getting laggy again. I'll disconnect and reconnect it. Let's continue with our headlines. About halfway through. Daytona, Florida. A months-long investigation into a bold lottery scam ended as Shania Baptisti was extradited from New York to Volusia County. I saw a couple warnings about lottery scams this week. I think I got another headline coming up about lottery scams. So that might be something to start watching out a little bit more. It seems like it might be a trend that's starting to occur. But anyway, let's see what they're saying about this lottery scam. Investigators said the scheme began in June when Baptiste and another man named Jacob repeatedly pressured the victim to send large sums of money. Twice she attempted to wire $20,000 from her Truist bank account, only to be stopped by the tellers who warned her it was a scam. So the first bank she used actually warned her and said, no, you can't do these transfers, it's a scam. Affidavits claim the victim told the pair about the banks stopping her. Investigators said the pair then instructed the elderly victims to go to a different bank and fake a story, telling employees she was sending the money to a relative in New York for home repairs. The deception worked. The second bank let her send the money. All right. Got to restart the vertical stream one more time. Yeah, probably, John. All right, let me just disconnect and restart one more time, see if it works. Bear with me one more time, guys. We ran into this last week, but then we got all cleared up. It's still a little early. We'll usually live stream for between 3 and 5 hours sometimes. I don't know if we'll make it 5 hours tonight, but we go for at least 3 hours usually. Just going to restart the one stream here. All right, let's see how this goes. Let's restart the streams. Looks like we're back here. Looks like we're healthy. All right, we'll see if these streams stay healthy now. Thanks for hanging in there with us. All right. I really wanted to read that headline. Let's see if we could make it through. Because these lottery and sweepstakes scams are becoming more common. So I do want to get to the details of this scam. We'll see if, because this one actually claims convincing her she had won $1 million through a publishing clearinghouse sweepstakes. Yeah, so this is a scam that's actually claimed to be Publishers Clearinghouse. I think someone asked about those last week. So this couple was actually doing that scam. They preyed on an 85-year-old Daytona Beach woman, convincing her she had won $1 million through a Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes. But first, they told the senior citizen she had to pay the taxes and fees to claim her prize. So that's the scam. They tell the victim that they need to pay taxes and fees before they could claim $1 million. The sheriff said this is bigger than them. There's probably more. It's just the tip of the iceberg, and there's probably more people involved in this scam. And what's a shame is the first bank actually stopped her from transferring the $20,000, but then they told her to go use another bank. So and after she sent the $20,000, they demanded another $12,000. That's when she started realizing something was up. Yeah, so I think we're going to be hearing more of these fake lottery publishing clearinghouse scams coming up. Be alert for that one. If you just joined us, say hi, click the thumbs up, click the like, help us spread awareness. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, please do. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more our content could be shared with other people thanks to the algorithm. Also, you can join our mailing list. In fact, you know what? I'm going to create a poll here. Let's see. I'm starting a poll in both chats here. Have you joined the Scamware 101 email list yet? There you go. I'm starting it in there. Let's get one started in here. All right, cool. We got the poll started. All right, welcome to our Scamware 101 live stream. We're just going over the latest headlines and trends. Let's take a look at this next headline. Palm Beach, hottest deal on Craigslist, turns out to be a scam. One arrested. Let's see what kind of scam this is. This is right down the street from me, Palm Beach. A prime location in one of the wealthiest zip codes in the U.S. turned into the setting of a rental scam that left two unsuspecting victims out of thousands of dollars. The Craigslist con artist lured renters to a Palm Beach apartment with a deal too good to resist. Little did the victims know they'd receive keys to a scam. Clever writing there. The apartment, located at Chilean Avenue, just steps from Worth Avenue in Palm Beach, was listed for $5,200 a month on Zillow. Well, so normally this apartment goes for $5,200 a month. But a Craigslist ad offering the same property for just $950 a month. So that should have been read too good to be true, right? So that's one of those red flags. They thought they hit the jackpot until it all came crashing down. On February 4th, the apartment's owner received a call from one of her tenants saying they had just met the new tenants at the apartment. The only problem, the owner hadn't leased that unit to anyone. So let's see what this guy did. The scammer behind the ruse, 30-year-old Dickinson Ambrose, posed as a family friend of the landlord and convinced the victims to meet him for a tour of the apartment. Ambrose even handed them keys to the property, leading them to believe the deal was legitimate. The unit's actual owner had been showing it sporadically and had left the key inside with the door unlocked, explaining to police that it was for a handyman to access for maintenance. One of the victims told police she found the Craigslist listing posted by Chris, who claimed to be connected to the landlord. She toured the apartment with her daughter and Chris, who had a key. She agreed to rent it and sent Chris, later identified as Ambrose, $1,400 via Zelle. So that's another red flag, Zelle. A lot of scammers will ask you to pay in Zelle because it's harder to get the money back. So this guy had multiple victims. The second victim followed the same pattern. She met Ambrose just as the first tenant was moving in and agreed to rent a bedroom, believing the price was too good to pass up. The victims transferred the money either via Zelle or in cash, and then were left thinking they had secured a dream rental. However, when the actual landlord learned the situation, a scam was uncovered. Police have not confirmed exactly how Ambrose obtained the keys, but arrest's affidavit shows the apartment door had been left unlocked with a key inside for maintenance. Let's see. David Searle, former president of Palm Beach and St. Lucie Realtors, offers advice for avoiding scams like this one. Let's see what some advice to avoid. Upfront payments through digital methods, whether it's Venmo, Zelle, gift cards, money orders, or wire transfers, should raise red flags. If something seems unusual, take the time to research and verify before sending any money. Yeah, it's always a red flag, the payment, when they want something like Venmo or Zelle. gift cards, money orders. Searle recommends always checking property records, using licensed realtors, and verifying the landlord's identity before transferring any money. Unfortunately, these days, we have to be cynical, Searle says. It's crucial to be cautious and protect yourself by ensuring you've done your due diligence. So there you go, Palm Beach County. Watch out for those rental scams. If you're renting online, take the time to double check all details to avoid falling victim to scams like this one. Thank you for joining the mailing list, Katie. Appreciate it. No problem, Nat. Teach your own. You can always follow us on social media too, just to stay on top of the latest news. All right, let's take a look at our next headline here. It's about 2/3 of the way through. We're getting there. I know what you mean, John. RPSO warns residents of material witness scam. Let's see. That's Rapids Parish Sheriff's Office. This is a sheriff's office warning residents about recent scam where a person pretends to be an RPSO deputy. The scammer will say, this is an arrest warrant scam. The scammer will say you have a warrant threatening the potential victim with an arrest and prosecution for failing to appear as material witness. The scammers are using material witness or failure to appear terms because it sounds official. Law enforcement agencies will never attempt to collect money from you and instruct you to get a prepaid Visa or cryptocurrency. If you have been a victim of a PPP loan, jury duty scam, failure to pay fine, or failure to appear scam, please contact your local law enforcement agency. Yeah, we released a video about these fake arrest warrant scams. They'll call you up. They say there's a warrant out for your arrest. They'll threaten to send a deputy to arrest you if you don't make payment. That's a really common scam right now, actually. Every week there's warnings about that, and the sheriff's office is warning. And that's another example of a scam of when they call, it'll show the sheriff's office phone number on the caller ID. Because again, scammers, they can manipulate what phone number is shown on a caller ID. So we'll talk about that scam more later. That's an extremely common one right now. Take a look at this next one. Midland Crime Stoppers share prevention tips for common scams. And they also released details of a crime about an elderly woman who was allegedly scammed out of $100,000. Oof, $100,000. All right, so let's see. How to protect yourself. Be skeptical of unsolicited calls, emails, and messages. You always have to verify who you're talking to these days. And by verify, I mean actually hang up and call the organization directly and do a little research. All right, so let's see what scams they're warning us about. Investment and sweepstakes scams. Promises of high returns with little or no risk. We just talked about those. Impersonation scams. They're impersonating a law office, government agencies, or banks. And we're going to talk about examples of each of those in a little bit. Again, it's important to remember when they're impersonating these agencies, they're showing the phone number of these agencies on their caller ID. So it'll seem legit, but you can't trust the caller ID. Elderly and grandparent scams. We talked about these a little earlier. We read a headline about it, but we have a recording that we're going to play a little bit later in this live stream. Tech support and phishing scams. We got a video about this one, and we're going to be covering this one in a little bit too. Those are the fake pop-ups that tell you have a virus. And they say, call this number for help, but you're actually calling a scammer. Romance and online relationship scams. Watch out for those. Home repair and utilities scams. There weren't any headlines about that this week, but the past couple weeks there have been. You do want to watch out for scammers impersonating the utility department, power company. They'll demand payment or claim that your service is going to be turned off. So if someone's calling you up, claiming to be a power company, threatening to turn off your utilities, demanding immediate payment. Watch out, it's probably a scam. take a look at our next headline. Scam call imitates publisher clearinghouse, officials say. All right. Is this about the same lady, or is this a different article about it? The Lafayette County Sheriff's Office said they were notified of a scam call that impersonated publishing clearinghouse. The call asked for personal information, officials said. All right, so this was just somebody reporting the call. I don't think there was somebody who fell for it. But this is the second headline we're seeing about this publishing clearinghouse impersonation. Yeah. We're going to be seeing more of those fake sweepstake and lottery scams. Watch out for them. They're showing up in the headlines a lot. Let's take a look at our next headline. Task scams. So this is an employment scam. Task scams have increased threefold in just 6 months. Yeah, I want to do a separate video about these task scams. They seem to pop up every now and then. So what these task scams are, I'll see if they have a good description here. Otherwise, I'll just describe it myself here. It'll ask you to use an app or platform to review products or videos in order to earn money or commission. And it'll have these little tasks like clicking like or leaving a comment. And then they pay you out a small payout for each little task, and it adds up. At least that's the job that they're claiming to offer. You're usually assigned to you in tasks of 40. So you'll have like 40 different products to do tasks about. She says once you're hooked, there are some initial payouts. So this company will appear to be doing payouts to you, so you'll think you're working a legitimate job, but then they'll ask you to deposit money to level up. So you build trust with these small payments, but then they ask you to deposit money. The person said, so I'm doing this, I'm going to get earnings and commissions. I'm supposed to, the hook is that once you deposit your money into the app or platform, the money is gone, she said. And this could go on for months. Any cryptocurrency earnings or credit you think you've been paid was never real. Neither were the products or other success stories. Yes, that's a task scam, but it's actually it's an employment scam, a job scam. Job scams in particular, we saw 200 million lost in the first half of, I don't think this is right, 2004. Probably meant 2024. The best way to fight these gamified scams is to avoid them in the first place. Recognize the red flags, and you should never have to pay to access what you've earned. And don't respond to random text messages about online work. Most employers are not going to reach out to you that way. Yeah, so that's how these task scams spread. A lot of them are through text messages offering you a job. Right, and just like Nat says, it's not a real job if they ask you to pay. Also, if they ask you to purchase hardware, like to purchase a laptop and to ship it to them, for them to configure, that's a scam too. They just tricked you into buying a laptop and shipping it to a scammer. You know, if it's a real job, the company should be providing you a laptop that's already configured. They shouldn't be telling you to purchase one and to mail it in. That's shady. Yeah, if an employer ever asks you to deposit money, it's a scam. It's definitely a red flag for these task type of employment scams. If you're just joining us, click that like button, click the heart, say hi in the chat, let us know you're watching. We got 2 different streams going here, so I'm monitoring both chats. We got a vertical version of the stream and a widescreen version. Take a look at our next headline here. Ventura police arrest Angelino's involvement in alleged Norton virus scam. 2 Angelinos, Los Angeles, have been arrested for allegedly hacking the computer of an elderly Ventura resident by using a Norton virus scam. On Thursday afternoon, police received a report that a computer had been hacked, and officers quickly learned the elderly victim had withdrawn a large amount of money as a result of the Norton virus scam. The hackers set a pickup time of 11:30 a.m. Oh, but they arrested the guys that were picking it up. Good. Yeah. So 2 guys arrived, took the cash, but then they were arrested, police said. So that's another thing that's starting to happen with these scammers. If they can't get you to provide the money in a certain way, they'll actually come and pick it up. I think they try to have you provide it in different ways first, but they're willing to come and pick it up if you can't figure it out. Two-faced charges of elder abuse, grand theft, theft by false pretenses. So they're getting charged with a lot for that one. But yeah, we're actually going to go over that. The tech support scam is what this is known as. You get these fake virus pop-ups that say to call, and you're connected to a scammer. It's a very common scam. A lot of people fall for it. There's data centers full of scammers waiting for your phone call. So, but we're going to talk about that scam a little later after we get through the headlines here. I have like 10 different examples of those fake pop-ups. Yeah, Katie, a lot of these employment scam text messages. Definitely very common. Let's take a look at the next headline here. So this is about Myanmar again. This is what we talked about this one a little earlier. Around 7,000 people rescued from illegal call centers awaiting transfer. So earlier they said 1,000 were transferred. Now this article is saying that there's 7,000 waiting for transfer. But these were people that were being forced to run these scams. Criminal syndicates in Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos. They forced thousands into fraudulent online schemes. Thailand is a key transit point for victims trafficked to these compounds. Many of those trapped in the operations, primarily from China, Thailand, and Vietnam, and other Southeast Asian nations, are forced to run scams such as romance, fraud, cryptocurrency swindles, and fake investment schemes. China and Thailand have long pressed Myanmar to dismantle these networks, but ongoing political instability and the involvement of armed groups have hindered efforts. Yes, this is what we were mentioning earlier. People ask how come you can't get to these scammers, and they're in different countries and different regions that are dealing with things. Some of these regions are in civil war. They mentioned how they cut off power to these regions last week, and we mentioned that in one of the articles last week when we were reading about, because they're entire hubs. There'll be an entire city full of scammers. It remains unclear how the latest crackdown will impact scam operations. Past reports suggest criminal groups behind the schemes, which generate billions of dollars in illicit profits, have been able to relocate. So we'll see what happens. Many victims are lured through fake social media job postings, promising well-paid tech-related roles that require relocation. Just getting caught up on the chat here, reading what everybody's saying. If you're just joining us, click that heart, click the like, give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you're just discovering us now, we can use some more subscriptions, help us spread awareness about scams. That's our goal here. We're just spreading awareness. We do this live stream every week. We post videos to our YouTube channel. It's all about spreading awareness to help you protect yourself, protect your loved ones from these scams. I'm just reading what Nat said here about these loan apps. Borrowers are harassed by reps of lending apps who abuse, threaten, and blackmail them by accessing their contacts and pics. Yeah, apps in general, right? You have to be careful with what apps you're downloading. You never know what's in them. Apple and Google, they try to do their best by only putting trustworthy stuff up, but scammers still get in there. Because you're putting an app on your phone. You're giving access to everything. Gotta be careful. All right, a couple more scam headlines to go over. Making good time here. Another one. We started off the headlines with a told text warning in New Jersey. Here's one for Pennsylvania. Yeah, there were so many headlines when I was going through this. I only included a couple, but let's see. Philadelphia, officials are warning drivers about a text message scam that claims motorists have unpaid tolls on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I have an example of that one I'm going to share when we go over that one, actually. Drivers have reported receiving a text message from the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission that claims they have unpaid tolls. The text urges the drivers to pay the outstanding tolls to avoid excessive late payment fees and possible legal proceedings. The text includes a website URL that officials say should not be visited. Right, so don't click on links that are sent to you unsolicited. And that's all they tell us. But that's okay, because I got about 10 different examples of that text to show you. And that scam's evolved. That unpaid text message scam, it's been going on since last year. And it's evolved and changed. As there's got to be so many groups. There's got to be multiple groups behind it. For sure. There's definitely multiple groups. If I was a betting man. Let's take a look at our next headline. Washington woman life savings wiped out by gold coin scam. The FBI says tech support scams. All right, so we mentioned tech support scam earlier, right? I was just saying, I'm going to show you a bunch of examples of that in a little bit. Tech support scams involving gold coins are on the rise in Western Washington. Olympia, Washington. After a stellar career as a social worker and mental health program manager for the state of Washington, 73-year-old Barb Putnam of Olympia has lost the majority of her life savings through a scam the FBI says is on the rise in Western Washington. Look, if it's on the rise in Western Washington, it's going to be on the rise in other places too. Just because Washington is the one reporting it now, that doesn't mean that the scammers are only targeting Washington. They're likely targeting many other states as well. The scheme involved Putnam initiating, under duress, transfers of large sums of money from her investment account to her local U.S. bank branch, then having the bank wire all the money to an online gold coin dealer. So that's interesting. So the scammers are having the victim wire money to a gold coin dealer. And I guess a scammer picks up the gold coins. The transactions were highly unusual. She never even had an online bank account before scammers got a hold of her. And this is, unfortunately, this is a case where a local branch didn't jump out and help her. You know, we had a news article earlier we were looking at, and the bank teller did jump in, and luckily that guy got saved. But in this case, the bank tellers didn't think it was anything suspicious about this lady opening a bank account to wire money to a gold place. So we need to add that to red flags. If they're asking you to wire it to a gold coin dealer, that's a red flag. But the saddest part about this, Putnam learned she had no recourse after losing the majority of her life savings, right? And that's a key point we mention each week when we go over these headlines, is this false sense of security that the bank likes to give you. You know, they tell you that your money's safe, it's insured. If something happens to it, you're like family, your money's safe with us. But the truth of the matter is, if a scammer tricks you into transferring money, into withdrawing money or transferring money, that's not covered by the insurance by the bank. Like they're not going to be able to recover it a lot of times, and they're not obligated to recover it. That's not considered fraud to them, covered under a fraud policy. That's something that, unfortunately, victims don't realize that until it's too late. And in this case, this poor lady gave away her life savings, and then the bank told her to kick rocks and couldn't help her. Who wants to rebuild at 73? And that's what's on my plate, she said. So let's see how she was targeted. She was actually targeted on Facebook. She was scrolling through Facebook. She clicked on what she thought was a shortcut to Facebook Messenger. Instead, her computer went black and froze. A message popped up on her computer, had been compromised, and she needed to call Microsoft Tech Support. And we're going to show you some examples of that in a little bit too. But yeah, you get these fake pop-ups on the screen. It says you've been infected with a virus, big scary red letters. Sometimes it plays recording. You've been infected. You've been infected. Right? And then they have a number to call that claims to be Microsoft, and they impersonate Microsoft, but it's a scammer. And a scammer gets on your computer, but anyway, in her case, let's see what happens. So she calls up this tech support number from the fake virus, and this is what they told her. They said, look how many people are hacking your machine. Look how many people are hacking your phone and have access. They're listening. Right? So they scare a person. They tell them that there's all these hackers and people on their computer. The tech support representative said that hackers were using her IP address and social security number to buy bad things on the dark web. They said she was in deep legal trouble, and this is all part of the scam. None of this was actually happening. This is to scare the victim, to make her think that her identity's been stolen. Putnam says she called the appropriate number, but the scammers rerouted the call to an imposter who assured her everything would be okay. I am your person. We're going to get you clear. We're going to get the hackers off your computer and phone. It's all part of the scam. This is how they convince the victims into withdrawing their money. They tell them that their money's not safe. Somebody's in your bank account. Somebody's stealing your money, right? You need to move it out of that account right now. Transfer it here. In this case, they told her to go to the bank and wire it to a gold coin dealer. They told her she needed to liquidate her assets and buy gold coins. A courier would pick up the coins, and U.S. Marshal would show up with a check for reimbursement. That's the story that they told her. Hey, I see some new people in the chat saying hi. Good to see you. Hi, AP. Hi, reducing emissions. I'm not sure what you mean by that. And thank you for joining the live stream or watching. We do this live stream every week, just going over the latest scam headlines, spreading awareness of these scams, to help you protect yourself from your loved one. But right now we're reading about this poor lady that lost her life savings to these scammers because of a fake virus pop-up. And we're going to show you examples of that in a little bit after we get through headlines. Yeah, so she gets scammed. She lost over $300,000. Wow. So she got scammed at $300,000. The bank won't help her. Putnam and her daughter, they called the Olympia Police Department, the bank, the investment firms, and dozens of other people and organizations looking for help to get the money back. No one could offer meaningful assistance. Right? This is why awareness is so important. Because just slipping up once, you lose your life savings. And they spend all this time talking to all these different organizations trying to get help. I'm angry. I'm very angry, said Putnam's daughter. It's unbelievable to me. I think we all believe that there are these safeguards in place, and there just aren't. And it's very true. Unlike credit card fraud, banks and investment firms don't bear any responsibility to reimburse customers for wire transfer or bank-to-bank transfer fraud, even when the consumer is coerced into making the transfers, as Putnam was. Federal law doesn't offer protection. Red flags raised. Let's see what they say about the red flags here. Well, they said transferring $300,000 to a gold coin company is a red flag, for sure. Being coached by the scammers, Putnam went into her local branch where she says they initiated a transfer without many questions. Oh, it's unclear if the employees at her branch were aware, but just 6 months before Putnam was scammed, the FBI sent out a warning about an increase in ripoffs exactly like this one, where they're coerced into liquidating your assets to buy gold or silver coins. Oh, wow, and they had the warning right here. Scammers use couriers to retrieve cash and precious metals from victims of tech support and government impersonation scams. Yeah, so we mentioned the couriers earlier, but this is the first I'm hearing about the gold coin and precious metals. Hey, scammers don't care. They'll take whatever payment they could get from you. And the harder it is to retrieve, the better in their eyes. Yeah, that's it for this one. Well, let's see what it says. Some things about protecting yourself. U.S. Bank offers the following tips to avoid falling victims to online or phone scams. Make a policy of never giving out bank account numbers, credit card numbers, social security numbers, or passwords over the phone, especially if you didn't initiate the call. Never wire money to anyone you haven't met in person. If you receive a call from an IRS agent, request the person's agent number and then call the IRS directly to confirm it's legitimate. Don't trust the phone number and the caller ID. They don't say that here, but I'm adding that in. If you get a call from your bank, take notes and then call your bank directly using a phone number from a known, trustworthy source. Good tips. But yeah, that's terrible. Lady lost $300,000 to tech support scam. Almost there. 2 more headlines. If you're watching, say hi in the chat. Give us a thumbs up. Click the heart. React. I want to hear from you. Let me know you're watching. Let me know how you found us. Appreciate everybody in here clicking the like button. And you can join our email list at scamaware101.com. Or click join mailing list. Get some scam awareness tips for us. We'll let you know when we add new videos. We don't send out too much junk mail. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. The more subscribers we get, the more views we get, the more the algorithm will show our content to people. And that's our goal, just to spread awareness. So we do that with this weekly live stream. We got 2 more headlines to go over, and then we'll go into some scam examples and red flags. This one was interesting. So this is a new one. We haven't went over this one yet. What is the new call merging scam and how to remain safe? So a scam involves fraudsters tricking people into merging calls, which leads them to unknowingly sharing their OTPs. OTPs are one-time passwords or one-time PINs. That's when you go to log into something and it'll send a code to your phone, for example. And how this works, authorities in India have alerted people about a new scam which involves fraudsters tricking people into merging calls and unknowingly sharing their one-time passwords. This allows scammers to complete unauthorized transactions and steal money. So how this one works is the scam begins with a call from a stranger claiming to have received your phone number from a friend. The scammer then mentions that the friend is calling from a different number and asks you to merge the calls. Once the call is merged, the unsuspecting user unknowingly connects with a legitimate OTP verification call from their bank. So let me break that down. They don't really describe it in the best way here. Basically, what's happening is the scammer they're putting in your phone number, right, to either try and get into an account, they're trying to create an account, but they're using your phone number, right? And what they do is when they do this, they choose the option to call your phone to verify it, right? So what the scammer does is first they call you directly and they say, hey, my friend gave me your number. And you're like, I don't know who you are. What friend are you talking about? And then the scammer says, I'm going to have them call you right now. Merge the calls. And what the scammer does is then he triggers a phone call from the service that's going to give you this code. And when you merge the calls, because you get this incoming call, you merge the calls, the scammer gets to hear the code that you're being called with. Right? Because you merge these calls, you don't realize, as soon as you merge the calls, the recording says the code, the scammer gets the code, and then they can get into whatever account they were trying to, or they can log into it. So basically, the short of it is, if somebody calls you up, someone that you don't know, and they try to convince you to merge a call, don't do it. Because that's what this scam is. They're trying to merge a call so they could hear the code that the call is going to say. So that's a pretty interesting scam, I thought. That's the first time we're hearing about this one this week. There you go, Urban Craft Survival. Yep, there you go, Man in the Middle attack. This is a good version, a different version, but that's definitely a way to think of it, for sure. In this case, the man in the middle, I guess, would be the victim himself. Hi, Cow. Welcome to the chat. Seen a few people joining here over in the wide stream chat. Thank you for joining, guys. Let us know how you heard about us. Click that like button. Appreciate any likes we could get, any subscribers we could get. We do this live stream every week just to spread awareness. And we review the latest headlines, talk about the latest scams. We're going over some headlines right now. Got one more headline left, and then we're going to jump into some scam examples of some of the most common scams that are trending right now. I'm going to give the vertical live stream a quick restart because it looks like we're lagging a little bit. And then we'll continue with this last headline and then go into the examples. The good stuff is in the examples. That's a good question. Now, I'm not sure how they would know. This is a new one. This is a newer one to me. But I thought it was pretty clever. That's why I want to share it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more about this one in the future. I mean, they initiate the call, right? They get on the call with you, and then they, initiate the request for that call. I think the trick is that they have you merge it immediately. They don't have you answer it first and then merge it. They want you to merge it immediately. This way they can hear what it's going to say. I think that's the trick of that one. But yeah, pretty clever. You don't hear about that one too often. Yep. Clever way to bypass the 2FA. All right, we got the vertical back up. This is great. I've seen a lot of new faces in both of the, well, in the chat at least, in both of the chats. Say hi, everybody. I see a lot of new people here. It's awesome seeing new people. Love it. Click that thumbs up. You join our mailing list at scamware101.com, and you can click join email list. We don't send out a lot of junk mail, but we send out reminders and all relevant scam awareness tips. You can also follow us on social media. All your favorite social media pages: Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. And hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. For sure. All right, let's continue with this last headline here, and then we're going to go into some scam examples. All right, let's see. Last example, this headline. I kind of knew this isn't right. Woodhaven doctor almost falls victim to jury summons scam. Okay, so we touched on this a little bit earlier, and these scams are actually really popular right now. These fake arrest warrant scams. They call you up, they impersonate a sheriff's office, and they will show the sheriff's office phone number. Again, I'm going to mention this a lot. I mentioned it earlier. I'm going to keep on mentioning it because this is one of those little details that it could make a difference of whether or not somebody gets scammed. A lot of victims fall for a phone call scam because it'll show the number of who they're supposedly talking to, but it's actually a scammer. So for example, a scammer will call up, they'll impersonate the bank, and your caller ID will actually show the bank's phone number. But it's not the bank, it's a scammer calling you. And they're doing this to impersonate the sheriff's office. They'll call, they'll impersonate a sheriff's office, it'll show the sheriff's office phone number on a caller ID, but it's actually a scammer. And what happens is, in this headline here, for example, is they call up, they impersonate a sheriff's office, and they claim that there's going to be a warrant issued for your arrest because you missed jury duty. Failure to show. We mentioned that one a little earlier too. But this one, there's warnings about this scam all over the country right now. There's so many sheriff's offices warning about it. They're giving it a lot of attention because I'm sure they don't like being impersonated. So that probably motivates them to spread the word about this too. But yeah, this is happening a lot, these fake arrest warrant scams. We did a video about this a couple weeks ago, our YouTube channel. So definitely subscribe to our YouTube channel. Check out our videos a little later too. Lots of good stuff here. So this guy was a veterinarian. And we'll see. I want to hear what his story was. So someone called him up, claimed to be the sheriff's office. What's interesting about this is they actually tried to convince him to drive to an address that they claimed was the sheriff's office. So they were trying to get him to drop off this money in person, which is interesting. A lot of times they'll try to get you to send like gift cards and things like that. But in this case, they actually gave him an address to drive to, telling him to drop off the money. And he stayed on the phone with him while he was in the car. Scammers will do that. They'll stay on the phone with you while you're in the car. Because one of the things is they want to keep you on the phone. They don't want you to call someone else and tell them what's going on. The more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told it's a scam. So a scammer just tries to keep you on the phone the whole time. So when did he know it was a scam? Two things. One, when he asked for money, I knew it was a scam. Then he swore at me, so I knew it wasn't a sheriff. Yeah, that's a giveaway too when they start swearing at you. When he swore at him, he said he stopped and turned around his car. I reached out to the sheriff's office about the scam call, and they said these scammers have been pushing this scheme for the last 2 months. Yeah, that's about when it started picking up. We've been seeing a lot of reports. Every week when we do these headlines, there's new warnings. No sheriff's office will ever call you on the phone demanding money. These people are using high-pressure tactics. Don't fall for it. So there you go. Another example of a fake arrest warrant scam or jury duty scam. A lot of times they'll claim there's an arrest warrant for missing jury duty, or you were subpoenaed and failed to show. But in a situation like that, what you want to do is you want to confirm what office they're claiming to be calling from. And you hang up with them. If you're concerned, you call the office directly. Again, just because it shows the right phone number to caller ID, it doesn't mean you're talking to the right office. So, very important to be aware of that. I'm trying to spread that info as much as possible. To those just joining us, thanks for joining. Click that thumbs up, give us a like, say hi in the chat, click the heart. Help us spread awareness by subscribing to our YouTube channel. We release a lot of good scam awareness tips. We do this live stream every week. You can join our email list for reminders. We send out a reminder before our weekly live stream. So you can join our mailing list, scamaware101.com, and click join mailing list. I see somebody saying we've got a little bit of lag on the vertical stream. It's showing the connection is good here. We'll see how it goes. Let me know if it's still lagging in a minute or so, John. I'll reconnect it. All right, so this next portion of the live stream, let's take a look at our agenda here. It's 7:05. So, let's do red flags first, and then we'll jump into some recent scam. That's only a couple one. Let's do some recent scams first, then we'll jump into red flags. These recent ones won't take too long. All right, you with us? You ready to go over some recent scams? Got some good examples for you here. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. Say hi, click the heart. Let's do this. So, the first recent scam, and I was so glad that I got an example of this one, is a Social Security scam email. And this one actually came in a couple weeks ago. It was provided to me by a friend. I'm going to bring the example up on my screen here. So, this was the email she received. And this is how it looks on her phone. And on the phone, it's a little trickier to tell that it's a scam, right? Because the link, it actually looks like it says it's ssa.gov, which is Social Security Administration's website. But just because the text says that, the link doesn't really go there. If you click that link, it actually goes to a completely different website. And as you can see from when you're looking at it on the phone, it's not very clear. It doesn't show you the email addresses from. So it's harder to spot these on the phone. But on the computer, where you view the email details, you can actually see that the email came from some strange email address. No reply at safaricom.co.ke. I don't even know where .ke is, but certainly not the Social Security Administration office. And then when you hover over the link, you can see it points to this completely gibberish website here, like l1nq.com/ some strange website. It doesn't actually go to where the text says it's supposed to go to. So what this scam is an email that claims to be from the Social Security Administration. It says that there's a report to download. And what I find funny about this example is the last line at the bottom here, it actually says, this file works on computers only. Because if you follow this link, it's going to be some malware that gets installed on your computer. So they're specifically saying, open this on your computer. But this was a real email, February 6th, right? So 2 weeks ago, this email was received. And it's an example of a Social Security Administration impersonation scam. Now, as far as those scams go, Social Security Administration, there's a lot of phone scams too happening. So just because I'm showing you an email example, expect them to target you by phone too, especially this time of year. There's a lot of different changes happening to Social Security at the beginning of the year, I believe, and there's a lot of different things going on. So it makes sense for scammers to impersonate the Social Security Administration and do this scam right now. This is an example, a real example, just from 2 weeks ago that we received. Kenya. Thank you, Nat. Yeah, so this is actually a Kenyan email address, .ke. So yeah, if you get an email like this, don't trust it. Always confirm where links go before you click on them, and always check the actual email address. And it's a shame that it's trickier to do on a phone. On a computer, you just hover the mouse over it and you can see. But on a phone, you actually got to click into the the from address, and I'm not even sure how to look at the link on the phone. But anyway, watch out for these scams. Emails coming in impersonating the Social Security Administration, phone calls impersonating the Social Security Administration. And there's been a lot of warnings from that agency over the past few years too. If you go to actual SSA.gov website, there's a lot of warnings from them about scammers. And If you receive a physical letter from Social Security, right on an envelope, it warns you about scammers. So this has been a big problem with Social Security Administration. So be aware of that. Scammers are impersonating Social Security Administration. Emails, phone calls, they want your money. Hey, Nigella, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. How's the lagging going on the vertical, John? If this is the first time you're joining us, welcome to our weekly Scamware 101 live stream. Every week, every Thursday, 5:45 p.m., we do a live stream, go over the latest headlines, scam awareness, see what warnings are out there, warn you about trending scams, show you real examples, and try to help you be more aware to protect yourself and your loved ones. Because scammers are getting more advanced. They're always having new tricks. And it's important to be aware of the latest. What's going on with them. So we just got through the headlines, but now we're going over some specific scam examples. We just looked at Social Security, scam example. Now let's talk about some IRS scams. So we were talking about one on the headlines. I actually got an example of the text message. We were talking about a text message that's going out claiming there's an economic impact payment. And then a text message for $1,400. But the text message contains a link that takes you to a fake website. It's going to steal your information. And this one's picking up because it's tax season. And scammers know this. These different scams go through cycles throughout the year. During the holidays, there's certain scams that pick up. During tax season, there's certain scams that pick up. And right now, we're seeing a lot of these tax scams. So in this first example, I'm going to show you that text message that was mentioned earlier in the headlines. After that, I'm going to play you a phone call from a scam company that called me. So we'll get to that one right after this. But let's take a look at that text message that's currently going out claiming you have a $1,400 economic stimulus payment. Now, this is one you probably warned your loved ones about. All right, I have it up on my screen now. So this is the text message that's going out. At the top, Internal Revenue Service, IRS, you are eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment. Please provide your accurate personal information. We will deposit the amount into your bank account or mail a paper check within 1 to 2 business days. And then it includes a fake link to a website, a link to a fake website. And notice in the link, it actually, right at the beginning, it says irs.gov, but then it says .subsidy-ion.com. So they try to make it look like it's the .gov website. They actually put the website name in the fake website, but it's not. It actually goes to subsidy-ion.com. So little trick there. Just because it contains irs.gov doesn't mean that's the gov website. So, and also, IRS doesn't send text messages like these, and they're worrying about text messages like these. So you don't have to wonder if it's a scam, right? If you're on this live stream right now watching this, just know that it's a scam. If you get a text message like this, don't get curious. Don't click the link. There's no reason to. It's a scam, 100%, especially if it's this $1,400 economic impact payment. The IRS did address this. They addressed this, and they said the economic impact payments would all be automatic, right? So they wouldn't be sending out text messages. You don't have to go confirm anything. The payments would be automatic if you were supposed to receive them. So, and another red flag about this this text message is at the bottom. It has this little blurb, right? It says, please reply with yes, then exit the text message. Open it again, click the link. We're seeing that text on a lot of different scam texts. They ask you to reply with yes and then reopen the text message. That's a red flag. Don't trust text messages that contain that at the bottom. What's happening here is that iPhones, by default, they're not going to activate the link. So if you click it, nothing's going to happen. But if you reply yes and reopen the text message, it's going to activate the link. So that's why these scammers, they include that little blurb at the bottom. We'll see other scams that have the same text at the bottom. Please reply with yes, and then exit text message. It's all part of the scam. It's a red flag. Don't do it. And not only does it activate the link, but it also replies back to the scammer saying, hey, I read your scam. Send me more text message scams. Because they know that the number is active then, that you actively read it. So. Yes, the USPS one. So that started to slow down. I was under impression it started to slow down a little bit, but it sounds like it's still going around then. That one was crazy during the holidays. Every other day we were getting text messages and emails saying that packages have been delayed, package was undeliverable. Yeah, we'll go over that one later in the stream too. I have a lot of examples of that one. We actually did a video about that one months ago on our YouTube channel. We were ahead of the curve on that one too. We came out with a lot of videos that they're only getting attention now. All right, cool. So that's one IRS scam to watch out for right now. These fake text messages impersonating the IRS. Specifically, the one that says there's an economic impact payment for $1,400, but be suspicious of any text messages coming from the IRS because it's probably not them. It's not going to be them. It's a scam. So that's the text message version. It says this next scam we're going to talk about that's related to taxes and the IRS are these phone calls going out about tax forgiveness. This recording I'm going to play for you right now is actually a phone call I received, but I have friends who received the exact same phone call. And what's happening here is the phone call is going to claim that you owe back taxes. And if you call back within a week, this company can help you get forgiveness for them. But it's a scam. And they're using a couple scam tactics on the phone call that we'll talk about more. We'll break it down after you hear the phone call. So I'm going to play this phone call for you right now. This is one I actually received. I have confirmation from multiple other people that received this call. Whether you owe back taxes or not, they're trying to scare you with these phone calls. So I play it for you right now.
Hi, this is Lindsay Carter from the Activation Department. Give me a call back at 833-850-2527. Our records indicate you have some back taxes owed. You're now eligible to apply for them to be forgiven with the Zero Tax Balance Program. Any back owed taxes can be enrolled to be forgiven through this program. But we do need to sign up this week. Just give me a call so we can start the process. It's really quick, and I'll keep your file open here. So my number is 833-850-2527. If you've already resolved this, call back and press 2 to be removed. Can't wait to speak with you. 2.
So that was a phone call I received. There was a phone call that other people reported to me and received. A couple different versions going out where the name will be different and the phone number will be different, but the text message the voicemail other than that will be identical. It'll have the same voice, the same words, the same transcripts. It's just the name and phone number will be different on some of these versions. So a couple things about that recording. One, it shows how good AI's gotten. Like, that sounds like a real person. I'm sorry, but that sounds like a real person. It's pretty damn close to a real person, right? It almost doesn't sound like it's a machine, leaving you a voicemail. It sounds like a friendly woman that's going to keep your file open if you call back. But it's a robocall. It's calling random numbers and it's saying the same thing on each call. It didn't sound robotic at all to me. And this is a little off topic, but this is one of the ways that AI is going to be making scams harder to detect. Before you could rely on maybe somebody calling and having an accent, right? And you'd be a little suspicious because having an accent, or the grammar will be off, or the voice will sound robotic. But AI has become so good now where the scammers can just generate the text where it's all grammatically correct. They could pick a friendly voice, like the woman we just heard, right? And they could have a recording generated that sounds very realistic. So all those indicators that you could have relied on before are gone, right? So that's a good example of one, how AI is advancing these scams and making them harder to detect. But two, it's an example of a fake service that's going out there because it's tax season. And there's probably all different other scams out there offering different debt relief, tax service, things like that. But in this example, there were a couple of red flags as well. One, it didn't say a name. It didn't even say what company they were with. At the beginning of the recording, it actually says this is the Activation Department. So right off the bat, it's kind of like Activation Department. That doesn't sound right. So that's a red flag right there. If something doesn't sound right, it's usually not, right? So now, even if you ignore that, there's some other red flags going on here. One, it says you owe back taxes. Okay, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but the recording doesn't know. It's saying that on every call. And the purpose of that is they're trying to scare people. They're trying to scare people into action. They want you to act quickly and not to think clearly. Oh no, I have taxes due. I didn't realize that. I must have screwed something up. I was actually talking to somebody today that received this call, and they were telling me at first they realized it was a scam. But the first thing that crossed their mind when they got the call was, oh shoot, did I mess up my taxes when I filed them? Right. So, but they realized that it was a scam. But that call's going around right now. Lots of people are receiving it. I had multiple people report it to me. That recording is actually from the one that was left for me. So that's the other red flag. They're trying to scare you with the whole back taxes thing. But then the other red flag is they say you got to call up within a week to get their assistance. If you call up, it has to be within a week. They're trying to urge you to act quickly. And that's another tactic that scammers use. They try to get you to act quickly. They don't want you to have time to talk to anybody and to confirm it's a scam. So that's another example of a tax scam that's going around right now because it's tax season. So keep your guard up. Emails coming in, phone calls like that, text messages like the one we just went over claiming there's an economic payment, coming your way. So that's the IRS scam examples here. Still with me? Click that heart. Give me a thumbs up. Say hi in the chat. Let us know if you got any of these calls too. I'm always curious to hear if other people received these calls, emails, these text messages. Let me take a break real quick from the scam examples. I just wanted to show you some things on the scamware101.com website. We're getting this built out. It's still in the early stages, but there's going to be a lot of useful information and resources here. So first of all, we have our mailing list, which I keep on mentioning, but it's a great way to stay in touch. We send out the scam awareness tips. We remind you when we're going to be live, and we don't try to sell you anything on the email list yet. We may be offering some services soon, but in the meantime, it's just a way to keep in touch and keep you updated. And you can always unsubscribe. It's really easy to unsubscribe. So anyway, join that mailing list. I'm looking at the polls here. The no's are winning the polls. It's no good, man. We got to get these polls to yes. I need more people joining the mailing list than not. So again, they're joining the mailing list. We send you an email to confirm it, right? Because we take it seriously. We don't want anybody just to be able to add anybody's email. So if you subscribe to the email list, you'll get an email to confirm too. So scamware101.com, join the mailing list. The other thing on our website here is a knowledge base, and we started building this out. And this is one of our goals, is to get this knowledge base built out. I have about 61 different scams to add to this knowledge base. There's only maybe about 10 in here now, maybe less. But the idea is we're going to have all these different types of scams listed here, and you could click on the scam, and you can view a definition of what it is, some examples of it. It'll have the video, if we did a video about it already. And we want to get this built out to help spread awareness. You'll be able to share these videos. You'll be able to share any slides on here and examples on here. Or if you're researching a scam to see if, is this text message a scam, the idea is I want people to be able to find this knowledge base. You actually see the same example of a scam that you got targeted with. Scamware101.com. We're building out the knowledge base. Definitely stay tuned and check back on that as we build it out. Hi there, Jelly. Yep, I'm on. We're on X. Actually, I'm glad you asked, because right on our website we have links to all the social media pages we're on. So we have the link to Facebook right here, to Threads, to Instagram, to X, to Blue Sky, and to YouTube. But we're on YouTube right now, so you already know that one. But yep, we're on X, Blue Sky, Facebook. We got to get our Facebook likes up, because I can't do this stream on our Facebook page. We don't have enough likes on our Facebook page yet. So once we get 100 likes on our Facebook page, then I can actually do this stream on there as well. So if any of you are on Facebook yet and you haven't followed us, definitely click like on our Scamaware 101 page. It'll help us reach our goal to be able to stream this live stream on Facebook as well and reach more people. But yep, Scamaware 101 is our username on all these social media pages. But if you can't find us, the links are right here on our website to each one. So, and then we also have a tools and resources page, which we'll go over a little bit more detail later in the stream here. But lots of good stuff on the tools and resources page. I have a lot more I'm going to be adding to this page too, but it's kind of getting long, so I need to break it down into categories a little bit. But lots of good stuff on here. We'll talk about this page more detail a little bit. But scamware101.com, it's going to be a good resource. We're building it out. We're going to keep on updating it, adding new things here. And yeah, but the best thing to do is join our email list. This way we could let you know when we're doing updates and keep in touch with you. And also subscribe to our YouTube channel. It helps spread awareness. So appreciate it. All right. Next recent scams, arrest warrant scam. We talked about this in the headlines, but for those just joining us, I'll definitely go over it real quick again, because it is a very common scam. Every week we're seeing warnings about this coming from the sheriff's office. We did a video about this one a few weeks ago. It's on our YouTube channel, Fake Arrest Warrant Scams. And in that video, we actually show some clips from news conferences from the sheriff's office warning us. And a couple things that they point out. Oh, hold on, let me bring up the slide here. A couple things that get pointed out about these fake arrest warrant scams is that, first of all, when they call your phone, they impersonate the sheriff's office, your call ID is going to show the phone number of the sheriff's office, even though it's a scammer. So you can't trust the caller ID. This is getting a lot of attention now. We're being warned about this now. Scammers can manipulate what the caller ID says. So when they call up impersonating the bank, it's going to show the bank's phone number. When they call up impersonating the sheriff's office, like in one of these arrest warrant scams, it's going to show the sheriff's office phone number. A lot of victims, unfortunately, they fall for these scams because they see the phone number on the caller ID. And it'll be the correct phone number. So they think that, okay, I just verified who I'm talking to. It's okay. But they didn't realize the scammer can manipulate the phone number that's displayed. So it's this false sense of security that's important that people need to be aware of. You can't trust the caller ID to verify who you're actually talking to. And this arrest warrant scam is one of those examples. They call up, they impersonate the sheriff's office, they claim there's an arrest warrant out. Sometimes they'll say you missed jury duty. Sometimes they say there was a summons that you failed to show up for. But the point is, they're going to give you a story about there's an arrest warrant that's going to be issued if you don't pay us immediately right now over the phone. Right? And that's a scam. They want you to pay them over the phone. They'll use threats. They'll tell you that a deputy is going to be sent there to arrest you. It's a very, very common scam. Nigella says these scams are from prisons, jury duty. Could be. They could be coming from all over the place. There's actually kind of a different version of this scam. We didn't touch it on this week's headlines, but we've touched it on previous weeks. And what was happening was scammers were using the public databases of inmates, right? You know how like the jails, they'll share like the inmates that are there or whatever on their website, public database. They're using these public databases to look up what inmates were in jail. And then they were contacting their family. And they would contact their family and claim that you could pay a fee or whatever and your loved one would be released. Or they'd say, if you pay us now over the phone, he'll be released with an ankle monitor. So that was like a little twist on these arrest warrant scams, but they were actually targeting the family of inmates and, feeding them this fake story where, great news, your loved one, is up for early release. We just need you to pay the fines. And a loved one thinks, well, they know a lot about my family member that's in jail, but they don't realize it's all public information. So, yeah, arrest warrant scams. Got to watch out for them. Sometimes the narrative is you missed jury duty. Sometimes the narrative is you missed a summons. Oh, and then the other thing, and again, we covered this in our video about these arrest warrant scams, but the other thing is these scammers have been providing fake paperwork, fake arrest warrant paperwork to try and be more convincing. They basically took, court documents and modified it to make it look like it's arrest warrant for you. So yeah, watch out for these arrest warrant scams. Extremely common right now. Lots of warnings going out about this one. If you get targeted by actually, let me give you some takeaways about this one here. And these slides, again, we use them right in the video. going to say it again because I can't say enough. Scammers can manipulate the phone number shown on caller ID. It's important to know. They're doing it to impersonate the sheriff's office. They're doing it to impersonate the bank. Can't trust caller ID. Scammers provide fake paperwork to convince victims of arrest warrant. Just mentioned that a minute ago. So even if they're going to provide paperwork to you, be suspicious. And first of all, don't go opening anything someone emails you that just called you. If you're being targeted with this scam, if you're concerned that it's real, hang up and call the organization directly that they're claiming to be from. Call the sheriff's office directly. If someone urges you to make immediate payment over the phone, it's a red flag. And we're going to talk about that next as we go over some red flags. If you get a phone call claiming a warrant was issued for your arrest, ask for the name of the organization, hang up, and call the organization directly. Do not engage with the scammer who contacted you. Yeah, so watch out for these arrest warrant scams. Extremely popular right now. And lots of warnings going out about those. How we doing out there? You guys finding this interesting? I hope sharing some new information with you. Or look, we're just trying to spread awareness. And if anything, even if you knew a lot of stuff already, it's a reminder to, hey, these are some things you might want to warn your loved ones about. All right. So those were a couple comments. We got a lot more that we're going to cover on this live stream. We'll see how late I'm going to go here. We usually go for at least another hour and a half, sometimes more. Oh, that's awesome. You're a cybersecurity student. Very cool. Yeah, I've been doing that for years. Dealt with, IT for years, and then it evolved into cybersecurity the past decade pretty much. It's a good industry to be in right now. One of the reasons I started Scam Aware 101 was because businesses are training their employees, and there's lots of resources for businesses out there to protect from scams. But for individuals, there aren't. Like someone just mentioned in the chat, grandparent scams, right? And we're going to go over one of those shortly. But employees aren't being trained about grandparent scams and things like that for the business. It's not a business really type of scam. So one of the reasons I started Scamware 101, the main reason was to focus on scams that target individuals. Like a lot of scams we're going over, they're not necessarily targeting business. You can still apply the knowledge and to avoiding business scams, but a lot of scams we're going over, they're targeting individuals. And that's what I'm trying to spread awareness about. Unfortunately, I think the industry ignores individuals a lot because they don't think it's profitable. They'd rather focus on businesses, and it's more profitable to them. But something needs to be done. I'm just trying to do my part here, spreading awareness, using my expertise in cybersecurity and this stuff over the years to kind of apply it to help individuals too. But yeah, I'm glad you found us. I'm glad you're in our chat. I see a lot of new faces today, so this is awesome. The podcast guy. I'm not going to say the first word just because I'm considerate, but podcast guy. Are you aware of the latest business card scam? Tell me about it. I want to hear it. We got a funny guy in the vertical. It's cool. Very cool. Once we get people trolling in the chat, that's how I know I'm starting to get popular. It's excellent. All right, cool. So what we're going to do next, let's go over some red flags next. And then we have so many more scam examples to get into. But red flags, we got top 5 red flags. Everybody click the heart for the podcast guy. He's a little lonely. Came in here for some love. All right, cool. Let me get some of these red flag slides up. Appreciate everybody who's joining. Click that like button, click that heart, say hi in the chat. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please do. We always try to post new videos. And we do these live streams every week, just trying to spread awareness. Now, let's talk about these red flags. So these slides, again, are actually from a video we did about 5 common red flags. We're going to be doing another video soon about 5 more common red flags. But we're going to start with these. And our first red flag, and these are red flags that indicate you might be talking to a scammer. So red flag number 1. They'll direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. All right, so why would scammers want to talk on Telegram and WhatsApp? Well, it's easier to communicate with victims in other countries using these third-party chat apps. It also offers them a little bit more anonymity for a scammer to hide behind. Because a lot of times they'll reach out to you by text message first, or by phone first, or by email first. But if they get you to join Telegram or WhatsApp, then they could share pictures and videos, and you don't have to worry about fees for text messaging people across the world too. But anyway, it's a red flag if they're trying to direct you to Telegram or WhatsApp. And some scams that specifically use this as part of their playbook to keep in mind, you have romance scams. Usually, the scammer will meet new victims by using fake dating profiles. They'll lure new victims in through these fake dating profiles, but then once communication is established, they'll direct them to continue talking on WhatsApp. Very common in romance scams. So you'll be on these dating websites, you get a match, you start talking to somebody, and then they say, hey, let's continue this conversation on WhatsApp. It's a red flag. Be suspicious. Wrong number scams. And we're going to talk about these wrong number scams in a little bit. But basically how those work is these scammers, they try to reach new victims by sending out random text messages. Then they claim, oh, I got a wrong number. But they try to continue the conversation. And what they do is they try to direct you to WhatsApp to continue that conversation. So we'll talk about wrong number scams more in a little bit. But keeping on the topic of red flags, that's an example of how they'll redirect you to WhatsApp, and it's a red flag that you're probably talking to a scammer. And then you got the investment scams. They'll direct the victim to Telegram or a WhatsApp group to pump up an investment or appear more legit. And on Telegram, they can set up these Telegram channels with nothing but bots. And you won't even realize they're bots. So they'll send you to this Telegram channel thinking that it's an investment group. You'll see all these fake bots interested in an investment, and it creates this false sense of, oh, there's interest in this investment, and it just helps the scammer get you more pumped up for you to give them your money for these fake investments. But again, the point was, red flag number 1, they try to direct you to Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. They'll start it, conversation gets initiated through a text message, a phone call, an email, but then they try to direct you to WhatsApp. So that's red flag number 1. Let us know in the chat if you've ever experienced that or you know someone that experienced that. And let us know of other red flags in the chat too. So the next video I'm going to do, I got 5 red flags. I got 3 of them picked out already. So I need 2 more for my next video. So let me know some other red flags if you think of them in the chat. And I might use it on my next red flag video. Let's take a look at red flag number 2. Which again, all these 5 red flags are all from my red flag video. So if you find this information useful and you want to share it with a loved one, we have the video where we discuss these red flags and with the same slides and everything. So if you find this useful, share that video on our YouTube channel with a loved one. Red flag number 2, and we talked about this a lot. We'll probably talk about it more. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. And I'm going to add on to that. Zelle, Chime, Cash App, they'll request payment that way too. Those are all red flags. So why do they want payment this way? Well, it's easier to move and transfer funds quickly, and it's also harder for victims to recover the money after it's sent. We talked a little bit earlier about how a lot of victims, there's no recourse once they've transferred the money. They withdraw the money and buy gift cards, or they withdraw the money and deposit it into a Bitcoin ATM. There's nothing the bank can do. They're not just going to give you your money back. You took it out and you sent it to somebody. And the red flag is these gift cards. If they're asking to get paid in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, they even mentioned a Bitcoin ATM, red flag. Bitcoin ATMs have been a real problem, unfortunately, as far as scammers using them. Some examples of scams that have this as part of their playbook, requesting gift cards, prepaid cards, just to name a couple. IRS and Social Security scams. So when scammers call you up, or text message you impersonating government agencies and ask for payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency. No government agency is accepting gift cards as payment, and currently they're not accepting cryptocurrency. Maybe in the future they'll start doing that, and then we're really going to have to deal with making people aware of scams. But as of right now, if it's a government agency, requesting payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency is a scam. Don't trust it. It's a red flag. You're dealing with a scammer. Romance scams. Scammers will often request gift cards or cryptocurrency from their victim. Their victim thinks that they're just sending them a gift or sending them cryptocurrency for something to someone they're in a relationship with. That's what they're thinking. I'm in a relationship with this person. Let me send them the gift card that they need, or let me send them the crypto that they're requesting. But it's a red flag. And they'll have all sorts of reasons why it's better to send a gift card or cryptocurrency. They'll tell you it's because they're in another country or something like that. But yeah, the red flags. It's hard for romance scam victims to realize because they're so blinded by love. But yeah, red flags. Bank impersonation scams. So there's a certain narrative that happens when, and we're going to talk about this narrative a couple more times during the red flags here. But it's when you'll get a phone call from someone impersonating the bank or an agency investigating a scam. And they'll tell you that someone has access to your bank account and you need to withdraw the money. That's their narrative. They'll say that your money's not safe in your bank account because your identity's been stolen. Somebody has access to your bank account. You need to transfer money out. Otherwise, the hacker's going to get it. Right? And what they do is they have you withdraw the money, and then they tell you to purchase gift cards or cryptocurrency, or, as we talked about in our headlines, gold coins, apparently. They have you wire to a gold coin company. But yeah, gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, and Bitcoin. Red flags. Somebody wants you to pay that way, you're dealing with a scammer. Red flag number 2. Red flag number 3. This is a good one. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone via text message. We talked about a different version of this scam on the headlines where they do the call merge and then they could hear the code that's been sent to you. But in this case, we're referring to somebody that's sending a code to your phone. And this scam is very popular in like Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. A lot of online marketplaces is where you'll encounter this scam. The scammer will they'll impersonate a seller or they'll impersonate a buyer, and they'll tell you that they're going to send a text message to your phone just to verify your identity or your phone number, right? And they're going to ask you to tell them what that code is. What they're actually doing is they're sending that code from a third-party service that they're trying to get into. They're either trying to get into one of your accounts, they're trying to create an account that's linked to your phone number, they're trying to reset a password that's linked to your phone number, and what's happening is your phone number is receiving the code. So the scammer says they want to verify your identity. They're going to send you a code. If you provide this code back, you're actually going to allow them to do whatever they're trying to do. So you're going to allow them to create that account. You're going to allow them to have access to your account. You're going to allow them to reset your password. That's the scam. So there's no reason to ever give somebody a code that's sent to your phone. And some examples of scams that have this as part of their playbook. Account login attempts. Right, so scammers trying to log into your account. Your account's linked to your phone, so you get that text message on the phone. Right, if you give the code to the scammer, you're gonna give them access to your account. The password reset requests. A scammer's trying to reset your password. You're getting notified on your phone. You give the scammer that code. You just authorize your password to get reset, essentially giving the scammer access to your account. Right. The third example is actually a Google Voice scam. And what this is scammers trying to create a Google Voice account that's linked to your phone number. Now, they love to do this because then they have Google Voice accounts linked to somebody else's phone number. They could use those Google Voice accounts to scam people now. So basically, they send the code to your phone. You give it back. You just authorize your phone to be linked to a Google Voice account. And then the scammer is going to use that Google Voice account to target people, call more victims, and it's going to look like your phone number. So red flag number 3. They send a code to your phone and want you to provide the code back to them. Never trust it. Side note about this one. I was logging into one of my accounts today. I got the text message with the code. And what I thought was really cool about it, let's see if I can find it quick enough. So what I thought was cool about it, in the text message that they sent me, if anyone asks for this code, stop. It's a scam. Our reps will never ask for it. Only enter it online. It was pretty good that they modified their confirmation text to say that. So this was a bank one of my bank accounts I was logging into. If anyone asks for this code, stop. It's a scam. Big letters, it's a scam. So that was cool. That bank's on top of this one, warning people. So that's red flag number 3. Someone says the code to your phone and wants you to give it to them. And again, you encounter this one on a lot of marketplace websites, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. Let's take a look at red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Yes, and we're going to give a lot of examples about this in a little bit. This is, for example, the tech support scam we were talking about, where it has the fake virus alert that pops up. You call fake tech support, and the scammer says, no, let me on your computer to help. But why do scammers love to connect to your PC? And we're seeing this a lot. It's become a lot more common, too. A lot of times, they just want to get on your PC now because it's a gold mine to them. They get onto your PC. They could steal your logins and passwords, right? If you have your logins saved in Chrome, they could extract those logins right from Chrome once they're on your PC. They'll have access to your files. They could steal your files, encrypt your files, hold them for ransom. They have access to your documents, your pictures. You have personal pictures and things like that. They'll steal them. They'll steal them and blackmail you. Attempt to access online banking websites. They'll steal your cookies, meaning they'll steal your cookies. Once they have your cookies, they can get into your bank account. That's how they bypass MFA. They'll steal your cookies, put them on their own computer, and the websites think that you're logged in as them. Or the website will think the scammer is logged in as you. But they could do all this once they have access to your PC, among many other things. And once they get on, they'll install software. They get on anytime they want. So never let strangers onto your PC. Some examples of specific scams, where as part of the playbook to get onto your PC, you got the tech support scam, where there's a fake virus alert. Has a phone number to call. You call a phone number. It's a scammer. The scammer impersonates tech support, offers to help remove the virus, and says, let me onto your PC. That's how they want to get on your PC. They impersonate tech support. Let me connect your PC to help you. But it's a scammer. Fake order scams. We're going to talk about this one in a little bit in more detail. But in a fake order scam, you get a notification about an order that it never really happened, but it's a fake notification, tells you an order was placed. You call customer support to dispute the order. It's actually a scammer. And the scammer is going to ask to get onto your PC to take a look at your account. And then you got the fake fraudulent activity. We talked about this one in an earlier red flag, where you'll get a phone call and they'll be impersonating your bank or an agency investigating fraud. And they'll ask for access to your PC. They'll claim it'll be to check, let us access your PC, we'll check your accounts for suspicious activity. Right? But what happens, you let them on the PC, they're going to be like, okay, log into this bank account, log into that bank account. Meanwhile, they're stealing all your credentials and money. So never let these scammers on a PC. And look, you might say, well, if I don't know they're a scammer, how can I not let them on the PC? I have this rule of thumb, right? Everybody should have their IT guy, right? Whether it's the guy at your local computer shop who you deal with, a family member who helps you with your PC, maybe somebody you work with, the IT guy at work, but everybody should have an IT guy, right? So if something happens on your PC, you go to them, and they're the only ones that are allowed onto your PC. If you get a pop-up on your PC saying you have a virus and they call a phone number for support, no, don't call a phone number. Call your IT guy, right? Don't go letting strangers on the internet connecting to your computer. If you get a suspicious email that says your antivirus needs to be renewed, ask your IT guy. Don't go clicking the link. Don't go calling numbers, right? Because these numbers are going to be scammers. You can't trust the phone numbers that come in email. You can't trust the phone numbers that are in pop-ups. Scammers use these techniques to get you to call them. And then you have your guard down because you called them. So as far as letting people onto your PC, you only have your very specific people. There's that expression where it's like everybody needs a mechanic, a good lawyer, and a good accountant. Well, the fourth one is a good computer guy. All right. So And that's the solution for it. And you have older folks actually fall for these scams the worst because they get these pop-ups and they get all scared and they'll call the number, right? Oh my God, I got a virus, right? So it's important to have that conversation with your loved ones to let them know, look, if you ever get some kind of pop-up on your computer, such as a virus, or you get some kind of email saying you got to renew something, right? This is who you call. You know, call John. He's the computer guy at a family that helps everybody, right? Or call the computer shop down the street, the one that we always bring your computer to get repaired, right? But in the conversation that you want to let them know, it's not safe to call random numbers that pop up. Don't let anybody on your computer unless it's that specific computer guy that you've already dealt with and trust. But anyway, that's red flag number 4. Don't let these scammers on your computer. If they want to connect, it's a red flag. Let's talk about one more red flag to go, and I'll check out the chat and see a lot of comments in there. Awesome. Love the engagement. Hit that heart. Click that thumbs up if you haven't yet. We'd love to get some more subscribers to our email list. So I'm seeing the poll here. Lots of no's, lots of no's. So if we get you on the email list, let's see if we get some yeses in there. It'd be awesome. Scamware 101, join mailing list. Red flag number 5. They request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. It's extremely common for scammers to ask for confidentiality. Right? They don't want you to discuss the situation with other people. The more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told it's a scam. Right? So it makes sense. They want you to keep it secret. They don't want you talking to friends. They don't want you talking to family members because the more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told that's a scam and be tipped off. Right? So when the scammer requests confidentiality or to keep something secret, that's a red flag. And they'll give you convincing reasons, why you're supposed to keep it secret. But still, you need to recognize that red flag and be suspicious. And some examples of specific scams that's part of the playbook to ask you to keep it confidential or secret. Grandparent scam. And we're going to be going over that one a little bit. But in the grandparent scam, that's when they tell you your relative has been arrested and is in jail and needs money for release. But what they do is they tell you that your relative is embarrassed and doesn't want you to tell anybody. Your relative is embarrassed about being arrested. She requests that you keep it secret. Don't tell anybody. So let's respect that. And I'll actually show you a video in a little bit when we discuss this scam where you actually see the scammer making that exact request. So that's the request to keep it secret. They say your relative's embarrassed not to tell anybody in the case of a grandparent scam. Investment scams, they'll tell you it's an inside tip and not to share it with anybody. They'll tell you a price is just for you and not to tell anyone. Right? That's asking you to keep it secret. Inheritance scams. They'll mail letters. That's right. And we'll go over these snail mail scams too, because that's right. There's still snail mail scams. We've all gotten so used to dealing with email scams, internet scams, we forget that scammers are still sending letters too. Those traditional scams haven't went away. So we're going to be sharing some of those scams in a little bit. But in the case of inheritance scams, they'll mail you a letter. It's impersonating a law office. And in that letter, they'll request confidentiality. And we're going to show you an example of that in a little bit. Actually, I have a letter to show you. And then the fake fraudulent activity is the third time that we're mentioning this one during red flags. They call you up. They impersonate an agency or a bank investigating fraud. And what they do is they request confidentiality. What's interesting about this is the narrative where they're doing an investigation. They're investigating fraud. What they'll do is they'll tell you the people at your bank might be involved. They're all being investigated too. So you can't tell the bank teller why you're withdrawing this money. You have to keep it secret, right? That's what they'll say. And that's the request for secrecy. That's the red flag. Sometimes they'll even tell you to lie. They'll even tell you they'll tell you to make up a story. I think we read about that in the headlines. Hit that heart if you're still with us. Say hi in the chat. See a couple more trolls jumped into the chat. I love it. That means that this live stream is showing up more and more people are coming in. So excellent. Very cool. So those are 5 red flags. Let's take a look at some takeaways. Again, that's all covered in the video. So if you find that useful or know someone that would find that useful, a loved one, share our video with them. We talk about those 5 red flags. And let me just go through one more time what they were. Red flag number 1, they try to get you onto a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. That's always a red flag. They start the conversation on a phone or a text message or an email, but then once they got you, they ask you to come on over to Telegram or WhatsApp to continue. That was red flag number 1. Red flag number 2, gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or Bitcoin ATMs. If they're requesting payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, or cryptocurrency, they ask you to go to a Bitcoin ATM, it's a red flag. You're dealing with a scammer. They ask you, red flag number 3, they ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone by a text message. All right, it's going to be a scammer. They're trying to access your account. They're trying to create an account linked to your phone number, and your phone number is going to get that code. If you reply back to them with that code, you fell for the scam. Then they're going to be able to do what they wanted. They're going to have access to your account or create an account. So red flag number 3, they're trying to send a code to your phone and they want you to give it back to them. Don't trust it. It's a scam. You see it all the time on marketplace type websites. Red flag number 4, they ask to connect to your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Right? We just went over a bunch of examples of scams that they do that, but I won't go into my whole spiel again. But only let your trusted computer people onto your PC to troubleshoot it. Don't trust phone numbers, random phone numbers that are popping up offering support. Don't let strangers on your PC to troubleshoot an issue. Only let your specific computer guy deal with it. Because scammers will try to get on your PC. It's very common now. They want to get on your PC, and once they're on, it's game over. And then red flag number 5, they request to keep the matter confidential or secret. We see this all the time. We'll be sharing some more examples where we'll see this red flag. So that's 5 red flags that you're dealing with a scammer. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and be the first to know when we release video number 2 of 5 more red flags. Or join our mailing list to be notified. Cool. So that was red flags. Have a lot more common scams to go over. But I think I need to take a 5-minute break to refill my my coffee. How are we doing out there? Everybody say hi in the chat. Click that heart. Let me know if you're still with me. See a lot of chat going on in both the rooms. Let's see here. Oh, Nigella, I don't know if you're still here in the chat, but you mentioned grandma scams from the Dominican Republic. Yeah, we're going to go over a grandparent scam. We have a recording of one of those scammers. We have a news article about a bunch of scammers that they were extradited to New Jersey from the Dominican Republic for that grandparent scam. Yeah, we're going to talk about that one in a little bit. Just updating the agenda here. Take a 5-minute break to refill the coffee, and then we're going to get into some more common scams. Feeling pretty good tonight. I think I'll go for a while tonight here. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Click that like button. Click that heart. We do this live stream every week, every Thursday, trying to spread scam awareness, making people aware of the latest scams that are trending, what to watch out for, which warnings are out there, so you can protect yourself and your loved one from scams. You don't want to wait until you fall for a scam. You want to be aware of it and be able to spot them right away. Because we talked earlier, a lot of people, they can't get their money back once they're scammed. All right. right, cool. Just putting a quick note in the chat. Hey, passerby, welcome to the chat. I just hid that comment you were talking about. I took care of it, John. All right, almost done. Getting my coffee cup filled. We'll get going again in 2 minutes here. So just join us. Say hi in the chat. Click that like button. Click the heart. Say hello. Spreading scam awareness. Help us. You could help us spread awareness by clicking that heart and clicking like. All right. Let's see. Everybody stick around. Awesome. Still got some people stuck around for a coffee break. Excellent. Hey, Gloria, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining our live stream. We do this every Thursday to spread awareness, scam awareness. Right, Katie? Yeah, once you fall for a scam once, you actually get added to the suckers list. And then you get targeted with more scams, too. So if you've ever been scammed before, it's more important than ever to be aware because they're going to be targeting you more. Yep, very true, Katie. All right. Got my coffee ready to go. My Scamware 101 travel cup. Nice lid, keeping it hot. These are available on the Scamware 101 YouTube channel. We have a link to the store. A couple different cups you could get. Mouse pads, things like that. Remind you to stay aware of scams, or to remind your loved one to stay aware of scams, right? They're about ready to click on that malicious email link, but then they look at their coffee mug on the desk and go, wait a minute, that could be a scam. So that's the goal with these products we have listed. This is actually a sticker. On the other side is it's a little smaller, the printed one. But then I slapped the sticker on the other side. This way I could hold it in the other hand. But anyway, thank you for joining us. Lots of new faces. Scamware101.com. You can join our mailing list. Follow us on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, X. We're trying to get our Facebook likes and followers up. We want to stream on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook and you haven't liked our page yet, please do. Facebook.com/Scamware101. Once we hit 100 likes or follows, we could finally stream on there. So we'll have our live stream on there as well soon. But yeah, our goal here is to spread awareness. We do this every week, every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. We get on here, we look at the latest scam headlines, go over some examples of the latest scams, and make you aware of what's going on in the world of scams to be aware of, to protect yourself, to protect your loved ones. Say hi in the chat, click that like, click the heart. All right. Let's continue with the live stream here. Let's go over some more common scams. So this next scam is a bank impersonation scam. And the example I'm about to bring up was provided to me by a friend a few weeks ago. So this is an example of a text message that a friend of mine received that's impersonating TD Bank. Hold on one sec. Okay. So this text message was received by my friend and it impersonates TD Bank. Right. Now, something interesting about this text message is before she received this text message, she got a phone call. She didn't answer the phone call, but the number displayed on the caller ID was TD Bank's phone number. Right. So what's happening here is the scammer first targeted her by the phone, made the caller ID display TD Bank's phone number, because again, scammers can do that. They can modify what number is shown on the caller ID. When she didn't answer the phone, they sent this text message impersonating TD Bank. And the text message says, verify TD Bank card activity. Did you attempt a transaction for $250 at Walgreens? Reply yes if recognized or no if not. All right. But this message is actually from a scammer. And the idea is when you reply no, the scammer's going to reply back and they're going to try to get personal details about your bank. They'll say something like, oh, your account's been frozen. Please confirm your username. Please confirm your password. Please confirm your social security number. They're going to try to get your personal information. And at the very least, if you reply to this text message, they know you have an active number to target with more scams. But so what's interesting about this whole experience was we actually did reach out to the bank and confirm some details with TD Bank. And they gave us some ways to identify that this text message isn't actually from the bank. And the first one is this text message, it came from a real phone number. Like if you look at the top, it came from a real phone number. It didn't come from one of those short 5-digit numbers. If this had been from the bank, it would have came from those short 5-digit number, not an actual phone number. So that's red flag number one. This came from an actual phone number, so it's a scammer. The other way to identify if this is from your bank or not that they told us is if this was from TD Bank, it would have indicated what account they were referencing. It would have said like the last 4 numbers of your account or something to give you an idea of what account was being referred to. If this had been one of those a legit activity alert. And then looking at the text, there's some weird capitalization, like where it says press yes if recognized or N if not. Like that, the N and not is capitalized, which is off. So there's like a strange capitalization that could kind of give you away too. So there's little indicators that this isn't from isn't from your bank. But one of the important things to realize here, though, is that the scammers first targeted her by phone, showing TD Bank's phone number on the caller ID, and then they targeted her immediately after with a text message. So in this specific scam, they're targeting victims, multiple ways. And they're using some pretty clever tactics to appear legit. So definitely be aware of this one. In the headlines, there were so many headlines about, people thinking that it's their bank calling them. In fact, in regards to this bank impersonation scam, here's an article from about a victim. A young Connecticut woman had her bank account drained by scammers after answering trusted Wells Fargo number. When Charlotte Stens picked up her phone after getting a call from her bank, the Connecticut woman had no idea that fateful choice would wind up with her crying in the parking lot of the Wells Fargo branch. Unfortunately, like millions of Americans, Stens was targeted by scammers who wanted access to her account, and they succeeded. I did everything they said to do, and they literally drained my bank account, she explained. So, in her case, a familiar phone number leads to disaster. Sten's trouble began when she saw a familiar phone number on her caller ID. I got a call from a Wells Fargo number saying that I had fraudulent activity on my account and that a random person was being sent money from Zelle, she recalled. They told me to go onto my account and that I needed to secure my Zelle on my end by sending money that would go back to my account right after. So there's that red flag we were mentioning before about Zelle, requesting payment in Zelle. So that's one of the red flags that awareness could have prevented this from happening. But that's what happened to her. She got a call. The phone number showed Wells Fargo, so she thought she could trust it. She thought she could trust the caller ID and believe that it was Wells Fargo. But it was a scammer impersonating Wells Fargo. She suspected she wasn't talking to a legitimate employee at Wells Fargo, but since it came from a Wells Fargo number, she trusted it. And a lot of victims make that same mistake. Sometimes these scammers, when you're on the phone with them too, they'll use that as a way to verify them. They'll tell you, look at the phone number in your caller ID and match it to your debit card, the phone number back of your card. See, you could trust us, it's correct. But that's not a valid way to verify. They could manipulate what the caller ID says. So be aware of that. Let your loved ones know. The FTC reports that consumers lost a record $10 billion in 2023. And that was over. I can only imagine what they did for 2024. I'm sure we'll get those numbers soon if we don't already. Technologies used to trick Stens are one reason that as it becomes possible for scammers to actually make it appear that they're calling from a legitimate number. Digital tools are making it easier than ever to target hardworking Americans. They give some tips here. Don't ever give information or respond to commands when someone calls you on the phone. If you receive a call from an alleged bank or government employee, hang up, look at the actual phone number online and call them back. Or even better, look at the phone number on a bill. Because even searching online, you'll get taken to a fake website. So if you're checking online, make sure you're looking at the real website. Or actually look at a physical bill that you have for a real phone number. They recommend two-factor authentication, right? That's always a good extra layer of security. You always want to have two-factor authentication. For those of you not familiar with that, that's when they send either a text message to your phone or you can install an authenticator app, it's called. So instead of getting a text message, you actually have an app on your phone and it gives you the code to put in. That's actually the more secure way. You put that app on your phone, and that MFA is a little bit more secure than the text message MFA. But the text message MFA is better than no MFA. And it's just an extra step that if somebody gets your password, it'll prevent them from getting into your account. I know some people get annoyed about the extra step, but at the end of the day, you don't want to have your life savings cleared out by someone that got your password. Don't click on unfamiliar links. If you get a text or an email from a company asking you to click on a link, don't click it. It's very true. When it comes to email links, I don't even click them. 99% of the time, there's no reason to actually even click email links. You get a email notification that says a bill is due. You don't got to click the link. Just go to the website directly, log in. They don't even have to worry about it. But 99% of the time, you don't even have to click the links. Just go to the website directly and do your business that way, just to be safe. Ah, Razia, welcome to the chat. So Razia said when you get called by an Indian, that's not as reliable anymore, man. We were just talking about that with AI now. With AI, it's the phone calls are very, very convincing. You can't even really count on that anymore. I mean, it's a good indicator, but we're gonna be seeing that less and less now. Thank you for joining the live stream, by the way. So yeah, that was the bank impersonation scam. They're targeting you by phone. They're targeting you by text. A lot of times, and again, I want to bring up this narrative because it's a very common narrative. It's actually, I heard for the first time a couple of weeks ago that it's called the phantom hacker narrative. And that was the first and only time I heard it referred to that way. So I'm curious to see if we start hearing it more. But it was referred to as the phantom hacker narrative. And it's when the scammer calls you, they impersonate a bank or an agency, and they tell you a hacker has stolen your identity, hacker has access to your accounts, they're placing purchases under your accounts and credit cards, right? And they use that phantom hacker that doesn't really exist, that's why it's a phantom hacker, to scare the victim into transferring the money out of their account. And a lot of times that's what these bank impersonation scams, they'll end up doing. They'll call you up, you'll think you're talking to somebody from the bank, they'll say they're calling because someone's stolen your identity. They'll convince you to transfer your money to them or withdraw it and purchase some, like, gift cards that we talked about during the red flags. That's the old phantom hacker narrative, they call it. We're seeing that a lot in the bank impersonation scams. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're just joining, click that like button, click the heart, say hi in the chat. I think the West Coast is just getting out of work now, so hopefully we'll see some viewers in the chat from the West Coast. We want to hear from you. Tell us, share your stories. Tell us what kind of scams you've encountered, what you've run into, some stories that you've heard. All right, now the moment you've all been waiting for, the road toll scam. Let me bring up those examples. This is the one that every week, this is probably one of the most popular scams right now, are these fake road toll text messages going out. Anything that's a text message scam could be pretty much converted to email scam too. So watch out for email versions of this as well, even though the bulk of this scam we're receiving is text messages. But let me bring up some examples. This road toll scam has been going on for months now. And there's been many different variations to it. I think there's multiple groups behind it, which is why we see so many different versions. There's so many warnings about this scam coming out from state to state. So many toll services warning us. Just finding my screenshots here for you. Why can't I find this one? There it is, road toll. All right. So we did a video about this months ago. In fact, let me just pop up our YouTube channel so I can show you. Because sometimes we're ahead of the curve. Well, most of the time we're ahead of the curve here at Scamware 101. A lot of these scams we're just being warned about now. We did videos about months ago, weeks and months ago. This is our YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, click that subscribe button. Definitely help us spread awareness. Here it is. So 3 months ago, we did a video about these road toll scams. So last year. And they're only starting to get more attention now. And surprisingly, it's one of our least watched videos, which is a shame because it's one of the most popular scams going on right now. I guess there's probably a lot of other videos about it, so maybe people aren't finding mine or whatever. But we released this video 3 months ago, so we're definitely ahead of the curve. And let me show you some examples of these text messages, because they literally are happening across every state right now. Everybody's receiving these. The text messages are impersonating all these different states, all these different services. It's wild how widespread this is. So these are some of the earlier. Oh, hi, Lady Celeste. Welcome to the chat. Anybody else here? A bunch of new people in the chat. Thank you for joining the live stream. We do this every Thursday. Hit that like button, subscribe, hit the heart, help us spread awareness. You can join our mailing list, scamware101.com, and you can click join mailing list. We'll send you scam awareness tips and reminders when we're doing our live stream. But yeah, so this road toll text scam, all over the place right now. Starting to get a lot of media attention, but it's been going on for months. On my screen, you can see a whole bunch of different examples. California, North Carolina, Illinois, Ohio, Virginia, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Florida SunPass. Right? All these text messages, they follow the same narrative. They say you have a small toll due, but you could face additional charges. Right? They'll say you have $6 due, but you could face charges of $64 if you don't pay now. So they're trying to create that sense of urgency, trying to scare people into clicking that link. And then these text messages, they all include a link to fake websites. And they'll include like Easy Pass in the link to make it sound more legit, or Quick Pass. But they're actually a fake website that's designed to steal anything you enter, including your billing details, your credit card details, any personal information gets stolen by these websites. So the examples you see on my screen right now were actually the original version of these text messages that were going out. And they're still going out. But this started back, mid-late last year. These text messages started going around. Then, earlier this year, they kind of changed around a little bit. Right. So, another version of this text message started going out where it was Easy Pass, Massachusetts. It was impersonating. In fact, before I bring up that example, let me just show you how many different versions of this text, right? There's versions of this text impersonating SunPass, Florida. There's versions of this text impersonating Peach Pass, Georgia. Versions impersonating Quick Pass, North Carolina. Good to Go in Washington State. Easy Pass, New Jersey. North Texas Tollway Authority. Drive Easy, Maryland. Fast Track in California. This scam is impersonating all these services. And that's why you could see on some of these examples here, Florida SunPass, right? They actually reference SunPass in the Florida one here. And then newer versions of this text message started coming out. Here's one that says Fast Track. Pay your Fast Track lane tolls. This version of the text doesn't say how much a toll is. It just says you have a toll, and to avoid a fine, click this link. And then in the link it says Easy Drive MA. So there's almost like a second version that uses Easy Drive MA to target people. Also, I pointed this out earlier, but just for the newer viewers who have joined us. See at the bottom here, it says, please reply yes, then exit the text message and open it again. That's a red flag. That's a scam text. What's happening here is they're including that text because on an iPhone, you won't be able to click this link unless you reply. Once you reply to the text, it'll activate the link. You can actually click it then. So the scammers want you to reply yes because, one, it activates their link, but two, it also tells them that it's an active phone number. You read the text, you reply to them. They'll target you with more scams. So if you see this text at the bottom of it, and we were looking at another text message scam earlier, I had the same exact text at the bottom where it says, please reply yes, and exit the message. If you see that, that's a red flag. You're dealing with as a scam text message. But anyway, so in this version of the unpaid toll, it impersonates Fast Track, which is California. And then the link says Easy Drive MA, which is kind of funny. So they're impersonating two different agencies. So that's another version of the text. And then we have another similar version. This one says Easy Drive MA reminder. Your bill for $7.699 is due soon. Please visit. It's got the link to the fake website. And then that text at the bottom again, please reply yes. Right, so that's the red flag. But you can see there's so many different versions of this text message, impersonating so many different toll agencies. Last week, NY Thruway released a warning. The image is a little blurry. I couldn't get a good, clean shot of it. But they showed a fake text message next to a real text message. And it's important to note that the real text messages don't say you missed tolls. They'll tell you like your balance is low or something like that, but they won't say you missed a toll. And also one of the indicators as well, the real text messages will be from a short code. Just like before we were talking about the bank text messages, how they come from a short code, not a real phone number. The fake ones are coming from real phone numbers. The real text would come from a short code number. So that's so there's a warning last week from New York Thruway. Let's take a look at some more examples. Here's a different one that says for Florida. It doesn't mention. So it says, please pay your toll in Florida. And then in the link, in the fake link, it has SunPass in it to make it look legit. But it's not actually sunpass.com. And then there's that text again. Please reply yes. And then exit the text. So that's your red flag there too. Whenever you see that, this could be a scam. Will do, Katie. I gotta get some slides set up for investment scams. So when I do, I'll definitely use your example. I got to blur out your information too. Obviously, I don't want to show your email address and stuff on the example. But yeah, I'll definitely once I get some slides ready for investment scams, I'm gonna include that example. I appreciate you sending that over. Which, by the way, if anybody wants to share some scam examples, send them over to contact@scamaware101.com. I love getting new scam examples of text messages and emails, and maybe I'll add them to these live streams and presentations. Yeah, this is another example of this text message for unpaid tolls. And what happens is if you click on one of these links, it's going to take you to a website that looks like a legit website. So here's an example of one of those websites. In this case, it's good to go. Right? So if you had clicked a text message link that claimed to be from Washington State's Good to Go toll service, you'd be taken to this fake website that has their logo, their color theme. I mean, it looks pretty legit, right? You'll be taken to this website, it has some fake amount due that matches the text message, and then you click payment. It takes you to this next page where it tries to steal your credit card details. And that's the point of these fake unpaid toll text messages. If you're getting text messages like these, you could you'd be pretty confident that it's a scam, right? There's a little bit of confusion because some of these services will send you a text letting you know that like your balance is low. So sometimes there's a little confusion. So I don't want to say 100% of the time it's a scam, but 99.9% of the time it's going to be a scam. And the important thing to do is not click the link in the text message, right? So let's say you're an EasyPass customer, right? You get a text message and it says you have a balance due. Okay. If you're concerned that it's a real notification, actually go to EasyPass and log into their official website. Don't click the link. Don't call the phone number on a text message. Log into the official website and check your account that way, which you're probably familiar with already because you probably use it to load your account. You probably use the website already to load your account. So, but the main thing is don't trust these text messages. Be aware that this is such a popular scam right now. So many different versions. Every week people are reporting this scam to me. Every week I'm getting a new screenshot of like a different version of this text message. It's on the headlines. Every week when we go through the headlines, it's one of the most common scams. It pops up. Multiple states are warning about different versions of it. So this is probably one of the most popular scams. It's going on for months too. These unpaid toll text messages. They definitely pick up during the holidays because people are doing holiday travel, right? And I was actually suspected to slow down after holidays, but it's just gotten even more common now. So watch out for these unpaid toll scams and many variations of those text messages. In fact, let us know in the chat if you received those text messages. Everybody here probably received messages like that. I'd be surprised if you haven't received one of those yet. In fact, somebody was asking, somebody traveled to Florida and the next day they got one of these text messages that claimed to be from SunPass. And they asked me, they were like, how did they know that I was in Florida? It's a coincidence. They're sending out these text messages to so many numbers that's what they count on. They count on that, well, some of these people would be in Florida. And in his case, he was. And that's, it's not because they knew he was in Florida. They're just hitting everybody with these text messages because they know it's a numbers game. Some of those people would have been in Florida. In fact, a couple weeks ago, I went to visit family in Massachusetts. And then I got one of these EasyPass MA text messages. But it's purely coincidental. If I wasn't aware of this scam, I might have been like, oh, well, I was in Massachusetts. I must have went through one of their tolls and now I owe it. All right. So it's a numbers game. They just spray everybody with the same text messages and some people will fall for it. Take a look at our next scam example. here. Tech support scams. This is a good one. Before we dive into this one, because there's lots of examples in this one. Hello, it's anybody just joining us. If you're from the West Coast, good to see you. And the East Coast too. But maybe we got some West Coast people viewing that. You just got out of work. We do this live stream every week. Scamware 101. Spread awareness about scams. Every Thursday, 5:45. We do this live stream. We go over the latest trends, latest scams. If you're not subscribed to our YouTube channel, please subscribe. We're always releasing new scam awareness videos. Click like, click that thumbs up, click that heart. Helps us spread awareness, helps us get our content out there, and that's our goal, spread awareness. I'm just trying to put some good out there, make people aware of these scams, and help prevent some tragedies from happening. You join our email list, scamware101.com, and click join mailing list. I won't send you a lot of junk mail. We just send you some reminders, and we'll send you some useful scam awareness tips. We'll not sell your information. So again, say hi in the chat if you're just joining us, and definitely hit that thumbs up and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on all your favorite social media pages: Facebook, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, X. All right, let's get to our next scam example here. Tech support scams. We talked about these a little bit and even read some headlines about people falling for these. This is one of those scams that it convinced me to start Scamware 101, because a lot of older folks fall for these tech support scams. And these scammers they're ruthless. Oh, thanks, Nat. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. It's good seeing you, as always. I'll see you next week, I hope. So these tech support scams, how these work is there's fake virus pop-ups. So someone will be browsing the internet, minding their own business, and they get a fake pop-up from a website. It'll say you're infected with the virus. Call this number for support. But if you call that number, you're actually going to be connected to a scammer. There's call centers full of scammers waiting for you to call. They do this for a living. They're sitting in a call center waiting for victims to call up. They impersonate tech support, and then they ask for access to the PC. These tech support scams, there's many different versions of these pop-ups. Older folks seem to be the most vulnerable to these scams. So it's important to be aware of this and to let your loved ones, especially your older family members, make them aware about this scam. One of the things about this scam is it targets all devices. It'll target a Windows PC. It'll target a Mac PC. It'll target your phone. Your phone will get these fake tech support scams and pop-ups on it. Your iPhone, your Android, it doesn't make a difference. They're all vulnerable to this type of scam, because all it is a web page pop-up that looks like a virus alert. So let's start off. I have a bunch of examples of this one. So let's start off with some of the generic ones. And these are easier to spot because they're just kind of these generic versions of the pop-ups. But let's start off with them, and then I'll show you some more that are a little bit more convincing and trickier. Right. So here's one pop-up. Warning, 5 viruses detected. Right, big scary red letters, big exclamation point, and that lists all these scary things that are going to happen. System crashing, file deletion, theft of personal data, Wi-Fi loss, infections on your devices. Call us immediately. Right, and it's got the phone number to call. Contact us now so our expert engineers can remove the threats. So, scary stuff. If you're not familiar with computers and you get this pop-up, big red scary letters, call us immediately. Right, but you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. It's a fake pop-up. This isn't real. And one of the key giveaways is that a real virus alert will not have a phone number to call. Right, so if you see a pop-up that says to call this number, you have a virus, call this number, it's a scam. Don't trust it. Make sure your loved ones know not to trust it. Because these scammers, especially for these tech support scams, they're ruthless. They'll take everything. They don't just stop with one bank account. They get onto the computer, they convince the victim to log into every bank account they have, and they clear it all out, one after the other. They try to take everything they can. So that's one version of like a generic pop-up you might get. Here's another one. You'll notice the generic ones all follow the same kind of theme, right? Big, all capitals, lots of red letters, exclamation points, act now, immediately, right? A lot of scary stuff on there. This one follows the same theme, right? Data exposed to risks, your credit card details, your email passwords, Facebook, your private photos, right? And then they have the number to call immediately. 24/7, toll-free, high priority virus and error removal, right? It's fake. You call this number, it's going to be a scammer. They're going to try to connect to your PC, and they're going to steal all your data. So that's just another generic pop-up using these tech support scams. And here's one more example of a generic pop-up. And it's funny how they all follow the same big red letters, exclamation points, warning, right? They want it to be scary. That's part of the scammer playbook. They want to scare you into acting quickly. This follows the same theme. To remove viruses, call tech support now, list a number, you'll be connected to a scammer. And this one, if you're computer savvy, you could tell it this is a web page. You can see at the top, there's an address bar at the top. So you can see it's a pop-up from a website. But if you're not really computer savvy and, you might not realize it. And all you're seeing, oh no, I'm infected, and you're going to call that number. And then, why this one's specifically so dangerous too is when you call the number, you're letting your guard down. Because now you're calling the scammer and not even realizing it. So a lot of people, you'll have your guard up when they call you. But in this case, in this type of scam, you're the one calling the scammer. So you're letting your guard down and assuming who you're calling is real. And that's how the scammer gets away with this. So those were 3 examples of generic pop-ups that you could encounter that are part of these tech support scams. But they look a little amateurish. But let me show you some more convincing ones. So this pop-up is designed to look like McAfee antivirus. Again, if you're computer savvy, you can see in the background there's a website address. So you can tell it's a pop-up if you know what you're looking for. But if you're not computer savvy, look, it's got McAfee's logo, it's got McAfee's color theme, right? And hey, the victim might have McAfee on their computer, so it's even more convincing to them. It is one of the more popular antiviruses, right? So a victim sees this pop up, call McAfee helpline. It's not really McAfee helpline. It's a scammers. It's a call center with a bunch of scammers answering. You call, they impersonate McAfee, get on your PC, and then you're in trouble. Here's another example. This one impersonates Norton Symantec. Threats detected, call support. System hard drive may fail, do not close the page. What's kind of funny about this one is it says system critically infected. If you're not able to click on this button immediately, contact support. What's funny about this pop-up is the button's designed not to work. So the victim will try to click the button, it won't work. And then you read this, if you're not able to click the button, call support. You're actually calling a call center full of scammers. They'll impersonate support, and they'll try to get on your PC. Take a look at another example. This one impersonates Windows Defender. Got the Microsoft logo, the color theme. Big scary pop-up warning. The following data has been compromised. Email credentials, banking passwords, Facebook login. And it's got the same contact Windows support with 800 number. We call that number, it'll be connected to a scammer. So watch out for that one. And then one more example of a Windows Defender. Fake pop-up. These tech support scams. Again, Microsoft logo, Microsoft colors. Contact Windows support as the phone number. But you'll be connected to a scammer. These are all fake pop-ups, part of a tech support scam. And the purpose is to trick you into calling a phone number, and you think it's Windows support, but it's a scammer. And then, how I mentioned earlier, all devices are susceptible to this, including Mac and Apple and your phone. So here's an example of one that targets Mac users. In this one, they have the Safari logo to make it look more legit. Big scary red letters, virus found. Your Mac computer has 13 infections. Please call tech support as soon as possible. They have the pop-up there with the scary data at risk. Your credit card details, banking information, email password, Facebook, private photos. This one says your webcam could be accessed remotely by hackers. Now, technicians are standing by to provide your free diagnosis. Scammers are standing by because if you call this number, you're going to be connected to a scammer who's going to try to get on your PC and steal all your money, get access to your bank accounts. No good. Here's another one that impersonates Apple. They have the Apple logo there. It says Apple Care. Pop up, your Mac OS is infected with viruses. Call Apple support. And there's a phone number. But if you call, you're connected to a scammer. it's a scam. Don't do it. Again, you get these pop-ups on your mobile device too. You're browsing the internet on your phone, you'll get a pop-up. It's the exact same thing. Your device is infected. Call support. Here's one more example that is targeting Mac. Has the Apple logo. Call Apple helpline. Your phone number. And the same deal. You call up. They'll impersonate Apple support, but you're actually talking to a scammer. So that's a tech support scam. It's extremely popular. It's been going on for years and years because it works. So warn your loved ones about that. Be aware of that. When it comes to tech support scams, just for anybody, I said this earlier, but I'm going to say it again just for anybody new that's joined us. When it comes to these tech support scams trying to access your PC, only certain people should access your PC. Only specific people. You should have your reserved computer guy, right? Whether it's the local computer shop, somebody you work with, a family member, you have your reserved computer guy where if you ever get a pop-up that says you have a virus, it says to call a phone number, don't even worry. Call your computer guy. Don't call the phone number. Don't even think about working with a third party. Just have your computer guy. That's who you go to when you have issues. Don't trust phone numbers that of strangers. Definitely don't let strangers on your PC that you just called them up over the internet. Have your computer guy. It's good to have, you talk with your loved ones and you have them, you plan it out. Hey, if you ever got a virus pop-up problem, who are you going to call? All right. This way, if they ever get a pop-up like that, they'll know. Wait a minute, I'm not going to call that number. I'm going to call John. Yeah, I said in the chat. Microsoft, Apple said none of them will ever ask to connect your PC. Our next scam, fake order scams. Fake order scam. So this scam is extremely popular right now. Lots of reports about this scam coming in. So what is a fake order scam? Victims receive a fake notification that an order was made under their account. When the victim calls to dispute the fake order, they are connected to a scammer who attempts to steal their personal and financial information. So this is kind of similar to the tech support scam because the idea is to trick the victim into calling a scammer, right? And in this case, in the fake order scam, they're tricking the victim by sending them a fake notification saying an order was placed. And a notification will say to call this phone number to dispute it. Oh, you didn't purchase a new MacBook Pro? Call this number to dispute it. But if you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. There was no order placed. It's not real. It was a fake order notification. That's why they call it a fake order scam. Sometimes they call it a fake purchase scam. The same deal. Now what's going on with the scam right now? It's an extremely common scam, and they're targeting victims from all sides, right? They're targeting victims over the phone. They're targeting victims with text messages, and they're targeting victims with emails. Meaning, victims will receive an email that says an order was placed. Call this phone number to dispute it. Or they'll actually be called on the phone and says an order was placed. Press 1 to dispute it. Or they'll get a text message that says an order was placed. Call this number to dispute it. Right? And I have examples of all three of those to show you, to make you aware of this. And the tricky thing about this is the notification could literally be for like any product, and it could be for any vendor. That's the tricky part. So I'm going to give you a few examples, but the important thing to be aware of in this case is that order notifications, be skeptical of them. Right? If you're getting notified about an order you didn't place, and it's telling you to call it to dispute, be aware of that. That is a common scam. That's how that's what they do. They pull new victims in. So let's share some of these examples. We're going to start off with the text message version of this example. I had multiple people provide me the exact same text message. So this one's pretty common. It's going around right now. You get a text message that says your Apple iCloud ID was recently used at an Apple store for $143 paid by Apple Pay. And then it says, call this number to immediately cancel this charge. So basically, you're getting a text message claiming that your iCloud ID was used for purchase, for an order you didn't make. It's a fake order notifications. And then it says to call this number to dispute it. So people get this text message. They think to themselves, I didn't make that. I didn't place that order. I didn't make that purchase. I better call to dispute this. They call, and they're connected to a scammer. This text message, this exact version of text message is going around right now. I had multiple people report it to me. So be aware of this text message. And they even include a legit link to Apple at the bottom to make it seem more convincing. But they're trying to convince you to call a phone number. So, yeah. So watch out for these text messages claiming that an order was placed, especially when it says with your iCloud ID. So that's the text message version of this scam. But there's also phone calls going around too. And I have 2 recordings of those phone calls to play for you right now to make you aware of exactly what's happening here. So the first phone call, they impersonate Amazon and claim that a MacBook Pro was purchased on your account. And then it says press 1 to dispute. I'm going to play you a recording right now of that phone call. And this is a very common one going around right now, and to be aware of.
This call is to authorize the payment of $1,499 for the recent order of Apple MacBook Pro on your Amazon account. If you do not authorize this payment, please press 1 to speak to our customer support representative.
So that was the first recording. And as you can tell, they call up. It says that a MacBook Pro was purchased under your Amazon account. And then it says to press 1 to dispute the charge. The idea was somebody would have answered and heard this call. In this case, it left a voicemail and we've recorded it. And now we share it with the world. So that's a lower quality voicemail that's going out. The voicemails are getting better, though. They're getting better, though. That one sounded, computerish, a little automated, right? But here's another one. This one claims that a PlayStation was purchased under your Walmart account. All right, so let me play you that message now. It's the same deal. This gives examples about the way it works is they could say any product, they could say any vendor. The point is, they just want you to call up and dispute it. This way they can get you on the phone and run their scam on you. So here's another phone call, the one that claims that you made a purchase for a PlayStation.
We are trying to contact you concerning an unverified purchase of PlayStation 5 Special Edition bundled with Pulse 3D headset being ordered from your Walmart account for an amount of $859.50. If you did not authorize this transaction or wish to cancel, please press 1 or return our call on same number at your earliest convenience.
So that's another version of a phone call of a fake order scam that's going around. One of the red flags about that one is at the end. Notice how it said call same number. Let's see, what exactly did it say? Let me go back to it.
Or return our call on same number at your...
Return our call on same number. If the message is saying to call the number under caller ID or the call a number that's displayed, that's an indicator that's a scam, right? If it wasn't a scam, they should have no problem leaving a real phone number for you. But if they're saying call the number that's displayed, that's a red flag. That's a scam. But anyway, back to these fake order, right? So that's an example of a second phone call where it claims that a PlayStation purchase was made under your Walmart account. Tells you to press 1 to dispute it. And that's the purpose. They want you to press 1 and be connected to a scammer. There was no order, there was no purchase, there wasn't a PlayStation, but they're trying to scare you into disputing that charge. And those phone calls were all within the past month or two. So these are active phone calls going around right now. They're part of a fake order scam, and you need to be aware of it. And I'm sure there's plenty of different versions that use different products and different vendors, but the goal is all the same. And that text message. So we heard 2 phone calls. You saw a text message, right? But what about email? All right, so let's talk about the email version of this. So I have a news article from August 2024, and it's about a victim who fell for this fake order scam. And in her case, she fell for the email version. I found this article fascinating because it gave some additional details too about how the scam ran. So let's see what it says here. A 23-year-old Lincoln woman reported losing $4,100 after falling victim to an identity fraud scam in July. The scam began on July 17th with an email claiming she had purchased an iPhone. The woman called the number provided in the email to dispute the purchase and was told she had multiple open accounts in her name across various states. She was informed someone was using her identity, right? So she got an email saying that she purchased an iPhone. That's a fake order notification. She got an email, with a fake order saying an iPhone was placed, right? And then it said, call this number to dispute it. She called the number, was connected to a scammer, right? And then the scammer, they went into that whole identity stolen narrative. They tell you your identity's stolen. Someone has access to your bank account. That's why they're placing all these purchases. Somebody got into your bank account and purchased an iPhone. Your money isn't safe. You need to transfer that. You need to transfer your money out of that account, right? That's the narrative they go into. It's a very common narrative. So, but it all started from the fake order notification. In her case, an email claiming she purchased an iPhone. So let's read some more about her experience, though, because we learned some more details about how this scam progressed. So she calls up. They tell her that her identity is being used. And the scammers connect her to another scammer because they work in teams. They connect her to another scammer that's posing as a CIA agent. Right? This scammer tells her to withdraw her money from the bank. And then the next day, she's instructed to purchase gift cards. She took photos of the gift cards and sent the photos to the scammers. So they have access to them instantly. And then she sent another $500 a cash card to the scammers. Police department reminds the community that no government agency will demand money over the phone or via gift cards. Right? So she got taken for $4,100 from a fake order scam. If she had watched this live stream, she would have been aware of the fake order scam in general, right? And she would have also known about the red flag about purchasing gift cards and the whole narrative about your identity being stolen. All red flags, all key points that if you're aware of these things, even if you're just aware of one of these things, it could be enough to prevent you from becoming a victim. That's why spreading awareness is so important, and that's why we do this. Because a little detail, like maybe you'll learn, oh, scammers could modify the caller ID. I can't trust caller ID. Maybe you'll pick that up from this live stream, and that alone would be enough to help prevent you from falling for a scam. Right? Just these little details, little red flags to be aware of. But anyway, fake order scams extremely popular right now. They're targeting people by email, targeting people by phone, targeting people by text message. Claims an order was placed, gives you a number to dispute it. You get connected to a scammer. So watch out for this scam. We did a video about this scam. Most of these scams that we're talking about, we did videos on our YouTube channel. So if you know anyone that would find it useful, you can always share the video with them too from our YouTube channel. So please subscribe and like our content to help spread awareness and to find our videos as we post new ones. So those were some more common scams. Bank impersonation, road toll, tech support scams, fake order scams. All important to be aware of. We have some more scams, common scams to go over. Some more good ones to come up here. But let's see what's going on in the chat. Looks like it's slowing down a little bit. That's okay though. If you just joined us, say hi, click the heart. Say hi in the chat. Give us a thumbs up. Click the like. Help us spread awareness. If you join our email list, go to scamaware101.com and click join mailing list. We'll send you updates, let you know when we post new videos, send you some scam awareness tips. I won't send you junk mail, I promise. It's just a way to keep you informed and keep you up to date. Say hi in the chat. Let us know how you found us. And share your experiences with us. Have you ever been scammed? Has a loved one been scammed? What scams are you being targeted with? Any of the scams are we mentioning? Have you gotten these text messages and these emails? Share your story with us. Let us know. So I got a whole other batch of common scams to go over, but first, let's take a look at the tools and resources that we offer on Scamaware 101. Lots of good stuff on this site. We're trying to build out the site so it becomes more of a resource. So you can join our mailing list, but we're also building out a knowledge base to about 61 scams. We're going to build out this knowledge base here. And the idea is we want to share all the examples on there. We want to give you the definition of them. If there's a video of the scam, we want to have it shared right here. So we want to make this a very useful knowledge base just to discover new scams and research what's going on. So stay tuned for that. We'll be building that out slowly. You can follow us on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, and Blue Sky. Username is Scamaware101 on all of those. If you can't find us, we have a link right here on our homepage to all the social media profiles. You don't follow us on Facebook yet, please take a moment and follow us on Facebook. We're trying to get those likes up specifically. So they have a limit. They don't let you stream until you have 100 likes. So we need to crack that 100 likes, and then we could also do our live stream on Facebook too. So if you haven't liked us on Facebook yet, please take a moment to click like on there. Lady Celeste, trademark calls. Yes, we actually talked about that one last week. That one was showing up in the headlines. Yeah, scammers were calling trademark owners and telling them they had fees or renewals due. Yep. Yeah, we saw that one last week. Did you receive those calls, Lady Celeste? Right, tools and resources. So let me show you the tools and resources section. I'm going to have to break this down because we've gotten so many resources listed on this page now that I do have to break it down in multiple pages eventually. And we have a lot more to add to it. But on the scamaware101.com site, click tools and resources. Lots of good stuff on this page. First off, the first 3 links here, they're data breach lookup tools. Okay, meaning that you could click on one of these links here. There's 3 different services. All 3 are free. They might try to pitch you something afterwards, but the initial scan is free. And each of these pages will actually tell you what cyber breaches your email or your phone number have been involved in. And it'll also tell you what information was leaked and being sold about you. Right. So first website is have I been pwned? Right. You go there, you put in your email address, and it'll come back. It'll tell you a whole bunch of cyber breaches that's been involved in. Same thing with Pen Tester. And there's also a personal data leak checker from, cybernews.com, I think? Yeah, cybernews.com. And all 3 of these, they actually return some different information. So I recommend going using all 3 of these are safe. They're legit. They're not going to steal whatever info you put. But you might be surprised to find out what's out there about you. You type in your phone number, you type in your email, it'll come back. It'll actually tell you passwords of yours that are being sold on the dark web. So I definitely recommend checking out these 3 tools here. Running the free checks on all 3. Run it on your phone number, run it on your email address, and see what information is out there being sold about you. Because you might be using passwords. You might be using email addresses and passwords that are being sold, and you don't even realize it, but they have them, right? Or you'll be using a password on a different account. Because what they'll do is they'll buy your information. They'll have a password from, say a Target.com breach. They'll get your password from that. But you're using that same password on your bank account. They're going to try it against all these different bank accounts. So definitely use these. They're free. You just go there, pop in your info, and it'll tell you back. It'll come back instantly to tell you what breaches you've been involved in. Because it's important to know. A little scary, but it's important to know. And yeah. And you can make adjustments from there as far as changing passwords and such. So those are the first 3 links we have under tools and resources. Definitely useful. Definitely check those out. Then we have a couple website safety lookup tools. We have Norton Safe Web, Google Safe Browsing, and Virus Total. Right. So all 3 of those websites you could pop in a web address into, and it'll tell you if it has any bad ratings or reviews, if it's detected as unsafe, if it's been reported as malware, or if there's been any breaches. So you can run a check on a website if you're not sure about. We have a link to some security software. Malwarebytes is free malware scanning software. So if your computer's running a little funny or you think you've been infected with something, definitely download Malwarebytes free. And you can run a scan on your computer. It definitely helps detect a lot of stuff. Bitdefender is a free antivirus. So if you don't have an antivirus on your computer, if you're just relying like on Windows Defender or whatever, install an antivirus. Because it's not just about blocking viruses that you might download. A lot of these antiviruses, they'll have it monitors the websites you visit too. So if you bring up a website that's fake, it'll warn you. It'll catch the fake website, and there's better chance of of you finding that. So if you're not using an antivirus, Bitdefender is a free antivirus you can download. They try to convince you to buy the paid version every now and then. They'll pop up a little annoying pop-up every now and then. But it's good. It's free, and you might as well use it if you don't have any antivirus. Also, we have NordVPN and NordPass. So we actually signed up. We got approved for affiliates for NordVPN and NordPass. I've used both of these pieces of software. I stand behind them. I wouldn't list an affiliate offer unless I stood behind them. But right here under security software, NordVPN, NordPass, we have 2 special offers. You can save 70%, 72% on NordVPN or 56% on NordPass. In fact, let's take a look at that offer real quick. Hey, John, my mama. We're just going over some tools and resources we have on the scamaware101.com website. And then we're going to jump right back into some common scams. We're going for a few hours now. I'll probably go for another hour. So I'm glad you joined. Stick around. We got some more good stuff coming up. Yeah, so the deal we have on NordVPN right here. When I signed up for an affiliate, I just found the best deals and put the links to them, right? So the NordVPN one, it comes out to $105 for 2 years. Right, so for 2 years, so this is the Plus version. I recommend the Plus version because it comes with the password manager too. Right, so for $105 for 2 years, you have the VPN and you have the password manager. So that's a pretty good deal, I think. So that's on our resources page, tools and resources, and you can see the link right here. Save 72% off NordVPN. So you click that, you get the deal, and plus we get a little bit of a commission off the sale too, so that's nice. And then if you just want NordPass, because you kind of have to use these password managers now. I just mentioned a little earlier how, a company gets breached and a password you were using for Target.com, for example. Target.com gets breached. They have your password. They try your password against all these other accounts. So it's important to have different passwords on different accounts. You don't want to use the same password across multiple accounts. Unfortunately, who's able to remember a different password for every single account they have? You have to use a password manager, right? And NordPass is a good password manager. It auto-fills in. You go to a site, it'll all fill in the login for you and keep track of it for you. It'll generate secure passwords for you. It's a good password manager. And in this case, that's what's included with NordVPN if you take that deal. But if you just want the password manager, we also have a special offer here. Save 56% off of NordPass. Right, click that link. So it ends up being less than $35, $34.83 for 27 months. For less than $35, you have a password manager for over 2 years. So those are pretty good deals there. So $35 and you have a password manager. Anyway, we put those special offers up on under the tools and resources page. We get a little cut if you sign up for it. So definitely use our link. We appreciate it. And those were the best offers that they let us put as an affiliate. So I grabbed the best ones and we'll pass it on to you. So that's under security software over on our resources page. Lots of other good stuff on this page too. Credit report resources, right? We got the 3 credit reporting agencies and annualcreditreport.com, right? You might want to lock down and freeze your credit if you've been breached before. And you could do that by logging into each of these credit reporting agencies, and you could freeze it so that people can't go opening credit cards under your account. You can still use your credit cards. That's not a problem. But people can't go opening new credit cards or doing a credit report against your account. Right. So we have the link to all 3 credit reporting agencies if you're in a situation where you got to freeze your credit. But also there's a link to annualcreditreport.com. You're entitled to a free credit report every year. And something that you could do to make sure that your credit is safe from identity thefts, is not being used and messed with by somebody else, is you can review your free credit report every year. So we have the link right there, and annualcreditreport.com. You click it, you can request your free credit report each year. We don't get any cut from any of the other stuff I'm going over here. Anything that we get a cut from that's affiliate, we're very clear about the special offer link here. All these other stuff, just resources, just trying to spread the word and inform you. Scam report lookup tools. These are cool. I'm going to save this for last, actually. Educational resources. We link to a bunch of government educational resources. We have a link to the FTC, a link to SSA, Social Security Administration, a link to the FBI, a link to the Internet Crime Complaint Center. They're all great resources to see warnings from these agencies and reports about scams that are picking up, that people are reporting to them. So we have links to all those agencies right here. Very useful. some nonprofit resources, because there's a couple nonprofit organizations out there that are putting out scam awareness info. BBB, Better Business Bureau, has a scam studies page, which is really useful as far as learning about scams. They compile a lot of information about all different types of scams. So if you think you're being scammed or someone mentions something asking you about a scam, you can actually bring up BBB scam studies and maybe find more information about that scam. Lots of good stuff on that page. National Cybersecurity Alliance, lots of videos, infographics, good stuff about staying safe online to avoid scams. National Council on Aging, learn how to spot common scams, keep your money secure, report financial fraud. It's a resource for older folks, but the data still applies. The information still applies for anybody, right? So, and then the banks have started getting a little bit better sharing information about these scams. So I linked to a couple bank websites that have a decent scam section. Capital One Bank has a decent scam section. Chase Bank has a decent scam section. Citizens Bank has a page about getting cyber secure, and it was pretty good, the information on those pages. So I linked to them too. So lots of good resources and tools on this page here. Scamware101.com, tools and resources. Lots of good stuff on this page. We'll circle back to the scam tracker tool last, because I want to jump into some more of these common scams here, because we got about 5 more good ones. I've got 3 snail mail scams to show you too. So, but anyway, if you haven't yet, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click like, click the heart. Help us spread awareness. You can join our mailing list, scamware101.com. Click join mailing list. It's free, and we won't spam you too bad. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Let us know you found us. Tell us about your experience with scams. If you want a Scamware 101 cup, we're selling them on our YouTube channel. There's a link to the store. Get a travel mug, some other cool items with our logo on it. They're a little overpriced, but it goes to a good cause. Trying to find a cheaper wholesaler, give me better rates, but for now it is what it is. All right, other common scams. That's one of my favorite ones to go over. Grandparent scams. So I mentioned these a few times, and a few of you guys in the chat mentioned this one too. So grandparent scams. Scammers impersonate a distressed relative, often claiming to be in jail, and request immediate financial help. Victims, usually seniors, act quickly to assist loved ones. So basically, the scammers are calling up people, and they're impersonating your son, daughter, grandchild, and they're claiming that they've been in an accident and they're in jail. Right? They need money, to bail out, bond out, whatever. They need to get money. Then the scammers will call up, they'll impersonate law offices and say they need legal funds. Then they'll call up and impersonate the court and say that court fees are due. So these grandparent scams, they try to take everything, and they don't stop. They impersonate a bunch of different agencies. They try to take the victim for everything they're worth. And unfortunately, this is a heinous act that targets senior citizens and older folks, and it's a pretty disgusting scam. This one bothers me, and I think I know this one bothers a lot of people. Thinking of your mom or your grandmother getting scammed by somebody. But someone mentioned earlier that a lot of these scams are coming out of the Dominican Republic, which is true. In fact, we have a video recording, and I love this recording. So one of the scam baiters on YouTube actually hacked into one of the scammers from Dominican Republic, right? Hacked into their computer and webcam. And they turned on the scammer's webcam and watched him as he performed one of his grandparent scams, as he actually called one of the victims and impersonated a police officer, impersonated the daughter or son that's in jail. So let's take a look at this video. This is a good one. I love this video. But this is actually a scammer in the Dominican Republic. he's calling a victim, older lady, and he's claiming that your daughter's been in an accident. And this is a grandparent scam. Let me know if you can hear. I'm going to hold up the mic. There you go.
Oh, Mom, I had a car accident.
Huh?
I had a car accident, Mom.
Is this Linda?
It's me, Linda.
Where are you?
I got a car accident.
What happened?
I'm gonna put the officer on. I got arrested.
You got arrested?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, are you Linda's mom?
Yes.
What I'm gonna need you to do is grab a pen and paper and write down Linda's case number, ma'am. I need you to hurry up, please, ma'am.
Case number?
It's the number 2.
2?
The letter B as in boy. Can you read that back to me?
2B.
Now, I'm gonna read what's going on, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Linda was involved in a car accident. It was stated in the police report. She admitted that was her fault. While she was driving, she was using her phone. That's what caused the accident, ma'am, okay?
Oh, man.
The woman that was driving the other vehicle was 7 months pregnant. We had to rush her into the nearby hospital. She might lose her baby.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, we actually confiscated her cell phone for legal evidence, so she cannot receive or cannot make calls. This is going to be her only last call. Are you with me, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Now, she actually wrote a note down here saying that she didn't want anyone to know about this. Let's honor her wish for right now because it's too much for her right now. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What I'm going to need you to do, ma'am, is stay by the phone and wait for the lawyer to call, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, ma'am.
All right, bye.
The next.
So that's an actual scammer in the Dominican Republic calling a victim and trying to target them with a grandparent scam. That video was recorded by one of these scam baiters that actually hacked into one of this scammer's computer, turned on the webcam, and recorded them while they were doing this scam. Again, the scammer was in the Dominican Republic, and I love that footage because it really gives you a peek of what's going on behind the scenes with a grandparent scam. And oh man, there's so much to unpack here, right? So the scammer calls the grandmother, right, or the parent, right, and first he impersonates the daughter, and he changes his voice. To me, it sounds like he uses voice changing software too, which they will do, just to make it sound more feminine. But he changes his voice, and he's crying. He's pretending that it's the daughter, right? And then he switches to the cop, and he starts impersonating the cop, right? And when he switches to the cop, he actually plays police chatter, the recording in the background to make it sound like is actually at a police station, right? So here he is impersonating the daughter and impersonating the police officer. And then notice how he said that your daughter's embarrassed. She asked you not to tell anybody about the arrest. That's that request for secrecy that we mentioned earlier when we were talking about the red flags, right? That's how they convince this woman to stay quiet. Don't tell anybody. Your daughter's embarrassed. She asked you not to tell anybody, right? They're trying to stop her from talking to anybody that will tip her off that this is a scam, right? So that's very common. That's a red flag. They're asking for secrecy. And then the other thing you'll notice, he said that he confiscated the daughter's cell phone. And the purpose of that is so the victim doesn't try to call her daughter. Because she'll call her daughter will be like, I'm not in jail. And then she knows it's a scam. But because he said the phone's been confiscated, the victim's not going to call the daughter now to confirm. Right? And now this is an opener of the scam. He opens the scam by reaching out to his victim. And then he tells her, stand by. We're going to have the law office call you. Right? That's when he hands off the scam to other scammers. And they start reaching out to this woman, and they impersonate all these different places to get fees. They impersonate a lawyer. They impersonate the bondsman. They impersonate the court. And they just bleed the victim dry of any funds. All right? So these grandparent scams, they work in teams. The guy we just watched is an opener, is what he's referred to. And then he hands it off to closers to get the money. So this video was of a scammer in the Dominican Republic. And what's interesting is we have this news article about grandparent scams here. It's actually about an NJ federal court that indicted a bunch of Dominicans for this grandparent scam. Now, I don't know if this guy was one of them. I hope he was, because he's a terrible person doing this to people. But let's read a little bit about this this indictment, because it gives us some more details about this specific scam. And by the way, click that heart, click that like, say hi in the chat room if you're just joining us. So, 11 Dominican nationals charged in a 19-count indictment in the U.S. District Court of New Jersey. These scammers were extradited from the Dominican Republic, and they appeared in Newark Federal Court last year, July 22nd. According to the indictment, the conspirators engaged in a long-running grandparent or family in need of bail scam against hundreds of seniors across the United States, including in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. One of these scammers was alleged to have led a network of call centers in the Dominican Republic, right? Because, as I mentioned earlier, these scammers, a lot of them are working out of call centers. They're just sitting there all day, getting calls from people, from victims, don't realize they're talking to the scammer. Or in this case, this opener transfers the phone calls over to the call center for closers. As detailed in the court filings, a member of the conspiracy, referred to as openers, that's who we just listened to in that video example, called elderly victims in the United States and impersonated the victims' children, grandchildren, and other close relatives. Right? That's exactly what we just heard. The call centers use technologies to make it appear that the calls are coming from inside the United States. Right? So we mentioned that earlier too. You know, it's important to remember that these scammers, they can manipulate what phone number the caller ID shows. So they'll call, they'll be impersonating a bank, it'll show the bank's phone number. But you can't trust the caller ID. They'll call impersonating the sheriff, it'll show the sheriff's phone number. Right? Can't trust the caller ID. And in this case, they're calling and they're impersonating law enforcement or law office, and they're modifying the number to show like it's coming from inside the United States, even though the scammers are in the Dominican Republic. Typically, the victim was told that their grandchild had been in a car accident and was arrested in connection with the accident and needed help. Once the openers tricked victims into believing their loved ones were in dire trouble, others working at the call center, known as closers, allegedly impersonated defense attorneys, police officers, or court personnel and convinced victims to provide thousands of dollars in cash to help their loved ones. Right, so the video we just watched is an opener. And he ended it by saying, you know, stay by your phone and we're going to call you. That's when he hands it off to the closers. And the closers call. They impersonate defense attorneys that need to get paid. They impersonate police officers that need to get paid. They impersonate court personnel that needs to get paid. The cash was typically retrieved by couriers. I mentioned that earlier. We're starting to become more and more common as couriers. Or some victims mailed the payments. So this is all from the indictment coming out of New Jersey about I think it was 11 scammers that they indicted for the Dominican Republic for the grandparent scam that we just watched. You know, the recommendation to avoid this is to come up with a code or password with your loved ones. I mean, it's a shame that it's come down to that. But that's what they recommend doing. Come up with a code word with your loved ones. This way, if you actually are arrested or need help, you know, you give that code word and prove that's real. So anyway, that's a grandparent scam. I love that video. Let me know what you think in the chat. Hit the heart if you're still with us. We do this live stream every week. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more the algorithm will share our content and spread awareness of these scams. Next scam, wrong number scams. We did a video on this one and went viral. Got 98,000 views on our video about wrong number scams. So wrong number scams. Let me get my screenshots up here. Scammers send text messages claiming they've reached the wrong number to initiate a conversation. Over time, they manipulate victims for money or personal details. So a wrong number scam, the whole point of it is to reach new victims. And the tricky thing about a wrong number scam is they can literally start it by texting you with anything, right? Some examples, you'll get a random text message that says, "Excuse me, is this Emma?" Or you'll get another random text. Hey, Anna, I'm Josie. Right? Or it could even be a text message that just says, hi. The whole point is to get you to reply. You reply and say, who is this? Or you reply and say, wrong number. Right? But that's when they get you. That's the whole point. They want you to reply. Because once you reply, they're going to try to continue the conversation. So if you've ever wondered why you get so many text messages from wrong numbers, this is why. It's a scam. So if you reply, here's some examples of how the conversation is going to go. All right, so here's an example of a wrong number text message scam. Get a completely random text message. I'm Margaret. Are you Lillian? Person replies back, I'm Izzy. Right? Scammer replies, I'm really sorry. I think I made a mistake. I hope I didn't disturb you. Yeah, they reply back, that's okay. And at that point, the conversation should end. But not with a wrong number scam. The scammer's going to keep on talking, and they're going to try to get details about you. Thanks for your understanding and patience. You're a kind person. I hope you have a good day today. I'm 36 years old. Would you mind telling me your age? Right? So now they're trying to get this person's age from them. That's some of the details they're going to ask in a wrong number scam. They're going to try to ask your age. They're going to ask your name, because then they can determine if you're male or female most of the times by your name. Right? And they're going to ask your location. And once they have these details, they're going to decide how to proceed with the scam. A lot of these pig butchering scams could start off with this. They start off with a wrong number text, and that's how the scammer befriends the victim. They continue the conversation. They'll ask them to move over to WhatsApp to continue the conversation. They build up trust with the victim, and then they hit them with a investment scam, for example, or a romance scam. But the wrong number scam is how it's initiated. It's a way for scammers to get new victims. Don't reply to these wrong number text messages. Because even if you reply, you know it's a scam and you reply back just to be rude, or you reply back to waste their time. What happens is you're actually letting the scammer know that you read the text message. You're letting them know that it's an active phone number, you read the text message, and you reply to them. Right? And they'll target you with more scams. So with these wrong number scams, you don't even want to reply. It's best not to reply. There's another example. You get a completely random text message that says, have a cup of coffee together sometime. Right? You reply back, who is this? I'm Zoe, got your number from Lauren, yada yada. They just give you a fake number. You reply back, wrong number. Okay, at that point, the conversation should end. Now with the wrong number scam, they're going to keep on going. I'm sorry, I thought this was Laura's number. I think I dialed the wrong area code. I hope I'm not bothering you. No, you're good. Have a great day. Well, thank you for your kindness. I just realized I entered the wrong area. Where are you from? Right, so now we're going into the where are you from. Right, they're going to ask your age, they're going to ask where you're from, they're going to ask what your name is. Here's another example. My buddy sent me this screenshot the other day. It's a wrong number scam. And they'll know they knew his name. Hey, Joe, how's your day going? I sent a cute little picture trying to get a reply. But this is a wrong number scam. They're just trying to get people to reply. Here is an example that my friend and I received, and we decided to play along and use the screenshots, for our videos. So we get this text message just says hi. We knew right away, wrong number scam. It's like, all right, let's reply back and just use it as an example. We reply back, hi, who is this? They reply back, I'm Karina. Are you David? We met last week at Linda's party. No, I'm sorry. I have the wrong number. Oh my gosh, I checked out. I entered the wrong area code. A lot of times they'll say they entered the wrong area code. That's like part of the script. Reply back. That's okay. No problem. There. And instead of conversation ending, they keep it going, right? They reply back. Thank you very much. You're very friendly and polite. I hope we could be friends. Nice to meet you. My name is Karina. What could I call you? Right? So they're trying to get our name. We replied Pat just to mess with them because Pat could be like a unisex name, male or female. So we just replied back Pat. But then they replied back, you have a beautiful name. I'm from Malaysia and currently living in Los Angeles. Where do you live? So there you go, asking where you live. So in all these examples, you see they're going to ask where you live. They're going to ask your age. They're going to ask your name. It's all part of the scam. They're trying to build a trust with you. And they use the wrong number narrative to initiate that conversation. And then here's another one. This one targeted me. This is a screenshot, one that was sent to me in October last year, so a few months ago. Hi, Byron, I'm Jane. And then they include, of course, a picture of this attractive young lady here. And what's interesting about this is the initial message came in at 1:58 p.m. And I ignored it. I knew it was a wrong number scam. I didn't reply. I ignored it. Right? And exactly 4 hours on the dot, they sent a message again. Have you gotten the pictures I sent? So this is probably automated. A lot of these wrong number scams are probably bots. Right? The first few text messages are probably AI and automated. Okay. And then when you answer the questions and provide info, eventually it gets handed off to a real person to continue scamming you. But in this example, you can see they'll include a picture sometimes to try and incentivize someone to call. Single guy gets a text message like this, thinks it's their lucky day. Oh, cool. I'm gonna reply back to Jane. All right, but it's really a wrong number scam that's going to eventually probably turn into a romance scam or a pig butchering scam. So when we did these videos, or this video about wrong number scams, we actually got 98,000 views on that video. It's our most popular video. It went viral. It was pretty cool, but there were lots of comments left on the video because it was so popular. And it was funny. Some of the comments, a lot of people replied saying they got this exact same text message, exact same picture, right? So, Jane's been cheating on me apparently. But watch out for these wrong number scams. Yeah, that's how they get you. Oops, I just realized the agenda wasn't on the current one. Or number scams. All right, couple more scam examples to go over and share with you. Probably go for like another 30 minutes or so and then wrap this up. But if you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. I'm over on the East Coast, so we've been going since 5:45, so almost 4 hours now. If you're just joining us from the East Coast, say hi. Let us know you have found us. We do this live stream every Thursday, every week, trying to spread awareness about scams so you protect yourself and your loved ones from common scams. The scammers are getting pretty clever. But yeah, say hi in the chat. Let us know your experience. If you've been scammed, if you know someone that's been scammed. All right, so our next scam example. Let's talk about these a gift card received by email. This is more common during the holidays, but I'm sure it happens all year round. So we include this example on our phishing email series. We have a 4-part series of all these different phishing emails on our YouTube channel that you can check out. But here's an example. If you get an email, you got a $50 gift card is here, Venmo gift card, right? Your company has given you an employee rewards card. Activate your card today. But this is a scam. If you click activate your card, it's going to try to steal your personal information. It might try to have you link to a bank account or enter your social security number to activate it. But it's a scam. It's going to try to steal your info. So how do you avoid this? Well, if you get an email notification about a gift card, before you click any links, reach out to the person who it's from, supposedly. Just confirm that they actually sent you the gift card. In this case, it claims it was an employee rewards gift card. So you reach out to your employer and you just confirm, hey, did you guys send me a gift card? Some of you might have just fallen off your chair thinking that your boss would ever send you a gift card. But other people might have a boss that'll do that. But, you get these email notifications, family members too. You get a gift card that says from a family member. Call them first before trusting the links. Because scammers, they know things about you. They know who your family is. It's not hard for them to send you fake emails, impersonating, claiming to be from family members. So watch those fake gift cards. There's also a physical version of this. They'll send you a postcard with a QR code to scan, right? But you can't trust QR codes. Scanning QR codes is the same thing as clicking on links, right? You don't want to just randomly go clicking on links and trusting links. Same thing with QR codes. So if you get a postcard in the mail with a QR code that says it's a free gift card or a free gift, just scan the QR code. Be suspicious. But anyway, this is just an example of a gift card received by email. And a smart thing to do is just confirm who it says it's from first before you trust any activation links or anything in the email. Looks like the viewers are slowing down a little bit. Let us know if you're still here in the chat. Stay in the chat, click the heart. Let us know you're still here. I'll keep talking to myself, though. I don't care. All the geniuses talk to themselves, so I'll keep talking to myself and nobody's here. But it's always nicer when somebody's here and listening. Our next example, undeliverable package scam. I don't know if the person is still here, but earlier somebody mentioned this scam. This one, I feel like it's slowed down a little bit. I don't see as many reports about this one, but it was very, very popular during the holidays. I'm sure it's still circulating somewhat too. So it's important to be aware of this one. But these undeliverable package scams, let's bring up my examples here. We actually have two versions to share with you. One is a text message version, and the other is an email version. But these undeliverable package scams, how they work? A victim receives a fake notification about an undeliverable package, and are asked to click a link to resolve. The link opens a fake website impersonating UPS, FedEx, or USPS. Any personal or financial details entered by the victim are stolen by scammers. There never was a package. Again, this one picks up more during the holidays because there's so many packages being sent and received. So you'll get a text message and you won't be as surprised by it. But this is a scam. It's a very common scam, and it's important to realize that UPS, FedEx, USPS, they don't send text messages about undeliverable packages. Unless the only time they send text messages is if you requested it for that specific package. Like you could log into their website or you could track a package, you could request to get updates. But by default, you're not going to get text messages from UPS, FedEx, or UPS claiming that a package couldn't be delivered. But let me show you some examples of these text messages. And this one was so popular just a couple months ago during the holidays. It was crazy how many people were getting these text messages. But here's the first example we have here. From USPS, due to invalid address, you have a package that needs to be delivered, but it has been suspended due to incorrect delivery address. If you do not update your address for 24 hours, your package will be returned to sender. And then it includes a fake link to verify your address, but it's going to go to a fake website that steals your information. Here's another example of one of these text messages. USPS package has arrived at the warehouse, cannot be delivered due to incomplete address. Please confirm your address and link within the next 12 hours. And it's got a link to a fake website that's going to steal your information. Also, notice the little text blurb at the bottom here. Is that please reply yes and then exit and reopen the text message? Right, that same blurb that we've seen on these other scam text messages. There's always a red flag if the text messages tell you to reply yes and to reopen it. Definitely a red flag. And that's we've actually seen this on 3 different text scams so far that we talked about today. Here's another example. This one, what they did was they actually started a group chat or a group text message. They renamed it to USPS. So this way when I received the message, it would say USPS at the top. So it's a tricky little way to make it seem like it's from USPS. But that says, package didn't have a house number. Click this link to update it. It was a scam. You click that link, it's going to steal your info. I got a couple more examples of versions of this text message. This one, you get the text message, but it has a file attached, an HTML file. If you open that HTML file, then it'll link you to the fake website. Same thing with this example right here. You get a text message, has a USPS logo on it, right? But it has an attachment to PDF. PDF's got to have a link to the fake website. Never open attachments sent to you that you weren't expecting. If you open this HTML file, it could actually install a virus on your device. So never open attachments that you weren't expecting from somebody, especially if they have a funky file name like this. But yeah, watch out for these undeliverable package text messages. There's lots of different versions that were going around. Just to give you an example of what the website would look like. If you did click on this link, it will take you to a fake website that could look like this. Your package can't be delivered, right? It has the United States Postal Service logo. And it'll say, for $3, they'll re-deliver your package. So you figure, okay, I'll enter my credit card details, $3, whatever. But the scammer gets your credit card, and then they actually go out and buy a house with your credit card or something. So this is an example of one of the fake sites that you might encounter if you click that link. Here's another example. This one looks a lot more legit. Use the colors, the logo. Ask for your shipping information, your credit card information. But it actually goes to a scammer. So FedEx, USPS, UPS, they don't send text messages like that. It's a scam if you get them. So one of the stories about these fake undeliverable package scams, there was an article in Wired magazine in August last year, so a couple months ago. And I love this story. Basically what happened was someone's wife fell for the undeliverable package scam. She fell for it. She clicked the link. She entered her credit card details. And scammers got her credit card details. Well, her husband was an IT guy. And he was it bothered him that his wife fell for this. And he wanted to find out who was behind it. So this IT guy, Grant Smith, if that's his real name, what he actually did was he actually hacked into the organization that sent that text message to his wife. So he hacked into their systems and he found out a whole bunch of details about their scam operation. So these undeliverable USPS package, text messages, he said that when he got into their network, he saw that 100,000 scam texts per day were being sent out by this criminal organization. 100,000 scam texts. That's how many people are being targeted with these fake undeliverable package text messages. There's a group in China, right? So there's a criminal group in China running this scam. And this is only one group. Who knows how many others were running it? But this one group was sending out 100,000 text messages per day. Fake undeliverable package text messages. He hacked into their systems, collected their evidence. So he saw that there had almost 500,000 unique credit cards were stored in the system. 438,669 credit cards. So almost 500,000 credit cards were entered by victims into the system. Many victims entered multiple credit cards. They had over 50,000 email addresses logged, including hundreds of university email addresses and 20 military or government email domains. So there were people from the military and government falling for this scam that a Chinese scam organization was targeting us with. Victims were spread across the United States. California had the most victims, 141,000 entries. Yeah, so that gives you a little peek behind the curtain to one of these groups that's running that specific scam. It's a Chinese crime group sending out 100,000 text messages a day, had over 500,000 unique credit cards, from this scam. This is why these scams are popular. They're successful. That's why people keep on doing them. But anyway, I thought it was a great story. The victim got their revenge, and they also notified a whole bunch of people based on the data that was collected. They actually notified a whole bunch of victims about how they were scammed. So that's pretty cool too. But anyway, that's about the USPS undeliverable package text message scams that have been happening. They're more popular during the holidays, still going around now, but undeliverable package scam. So that's the text message version of this scam. But there's also an email version. The email version is a little less common than the text version, but the email version was interesting. So last year in November, right before Black Friday, we actually released a video where we exposed an email version of this scam that nobody else was reporting on. And to this day, I don't think anybody else was reporting on it. So how that scam worked is it's the email version of the undeliverable package scam. You'll get an email. It looks like it's from FedEx. It says your package is delayed, right? Except instead of asking you to reconfirm your information, this one has a link to get your compensation now, right? It offers you a free compensation product up to $100 in value for delayed package. So this is the email version of this scam. And here's the UPS one, right? You got the FedEx email, the UPS email, follows the same format, has a UPS logo instead, it says your package is missing, and you click here to get your compensation, $100 value. This email's from November 22nd. This one's from November 16th. So right before Black Friday, if you click those links, you're going to be taken to fake retail websites run by these scammers. Which actually brings us to our next example of a scam, which is fake retail websites. You'll notice that as you start digging into more of these scams, you'll notice that it's not just one scam. It'll be like multiple scams combined into one. Like in this case, it starts off with an undeliverable package scam, but then it turns into a fake retail website scam when you click the link to get your compensation. So FedEx and UPS do not offer compensation products for packages being late or missing. It'd be nice if they did, but they don't, right? So if you get any emails claiming to be FedEx, UPS, USPS, offering you a free product, for your package being delayed, it's a scam. It's 100% a scam. They don't offer that. Still with us? Click that heart. Let us know you're here. So let me show you the second part of this scam. Right. So if you fell for this, you click the link to get your free product. Let me show you what some of these websites look like. These fake retail websites. So these were the fake retail websites related to that email scam, the undeliverable package scam. But it's important to realize that these fake retail websites, they're their own separate scam. So just because the example I showed you happened to be the undeliverable package email directing you here, that's only the way they direct you to these fake retail websites. There's other ways. There'll be ads. The scammers will purchase ads on Facebook, Google, right? And those ads will point you to these fake retail websites. Or a scammer will hack a website, and that website will redirect you to these fake retail websites. Someone might just share on Facebook fake offers, right, and link to these retail websites. So there's multiple methods that scammers will use to direct you to these fake websites. And as you can see here from these screenshots, since this resulted from those undeliverable package emails back in November, they were trying to claim that there's a special Black Friday sale. And what they do is they offer you this product valued at $175, but it could be yours if you only pay for shipping. Pay $8.95 for shipping. It's a scam. They're just trying to steal your information. The key here is to realize if there's an offer that sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And you can see here, here's another page. So they're offering headphones. Here's another one. They're offering a heater, portable heater. If they're offering to send you a product and all you have to pay for shipping, that's a common scam. I mean, the smaller ones, like they'll offer a book for free shipping or whatever, those are less likely to be a scam. But when it's saying like a $175 product, where you're just paying shipping, it's too good to be true. It's a scam. And then here's an earbuds that they were offering too. Valued at $175, pay $8.69 for shipping. Right. And what's interesting about these is each link actually linked to a different domain. So even though they have the same layout and everything, one linked to TechnoJoy Haven, right? And then this one linked to luxuryproductportal.com. Because that's what these scammers do. They just purchase all these different website domains. One gets shut down, they just put up another one. So watch out for these fake retail websites. Check websites for reviews. I mean, if you think it's a real offer, see if anybody's left reviews about it. Make sure to do your due diligence. In this case, when I looked up these websites, they didn't have any information on any of these websites. Having no reviews, having no history or information is almost as bad as having bad reviews, right? Because these websites they were brand new and they were put up for the purpose of scamming. So watch out for these fake retail websites. A big giveaway is when they're offering you an expensive product for free, just pay for shipping. It's a red flag. Oh, and fun fact, I just learned this the other day. What some of these websites do is they're actually live, meaning that when you type in your information, as you type in your information, it's being logged behind the scenes. So you don't even have to click the submit button or the enter button to submit the information. It's actually being logged as you type it. So you could be on this website and you could be filling out your information, you fill out your credit card details, and then right before you're about to click submit, you think to yourself, wait a minute, this is a scam. I'm not doing it. Let me close this. It's too late. They already got your information as you were typing it. So that's something to keep in mind too when you're dealing with these fake websites. If you ever get curious and you want to click the links, don't. It's not worth it. Don't click the links. Don't enter in your information, see what happens. It's not worth it. So anyway, that's a fake retail website scam. Watch out for ads that will send you here. You can't trust ads. Watch out for emails, things like that. If an offer's too good to be true, it probably is. So do your due diligence and be safe. Cool. So that is our next batch of other common scams. Make a good time there. Cool. If you're with us, say hi in the chat. Click the heart. If you haven't liked us yet, click the thumbs up. Help us spread awareness. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're always releasing new scam awareness videos. We do this live stream every Thursday. And the purpose is to spread awareness. We want to spread awareness of these scams. Help you avoid becoming a victim. Protect yourself and your loved ones. We always start out this live stream with reading the latest headlines. This way we can see which scams are trending this week. And then we go into the examples of a lot of common scams, which we starting to wrap up here. We have one last batch of scams that we're going to discuss tonight, and that's snail mail scams. Because yes, snail mail scams still exist. We've all gotten so used to scams on websites and email, text messaging. I think it's easy to forget that scammers are still sending physical letters out. They're still using the regular postal service to scam people. And we have some examples of those scams to share with you. 3 different examples, all very recent. So first, we touched QR code already a little bit. We talked about QR code scams, but I'm going to show you an example of one of those physical gift cards that you might get, or offers that you might get in the mail with a malicious QR code they should be aware of. So here's one right here. And notice how it's earbuds. I just showed you a fake retail website that tried to pitch you the earbuds, right? Well, here's an actual card that would come in the mail. It's offering you free wireless earbuds. Just scan the QR code, right? But that's going to steal your personal information. So you got to be careful not to trust QR codes. Scanning random QR codes is the same thing as clicking random links. You got to be careful what you click and what you scan. And the scammers will use popular products, which is why you see the earbuds in these examples. You saw it on the fake retail website example, and now you're seeing it on the fake postcard gift example here. So watch out for actual postcards and gift offers that arrive in the mail. These ones pick up during the holidays. They'll send a lot of these fake gift cards in the holidays and mail them out. When you scan it, you get infected with malware. So anyway, that's a QR code scam. We already talked about it a little bit, but that's an actual example you can see on my screen here. The next example of a snail mail scam that we're going to share is an inheritance scam letter. This was actually received by a family member of mine a couple months ago. This is an active scam right now. This letter's circulating right now. Bear with me. I was bringing it up. Trying to get the right size so you can see. Okay. All right. So on my screen, you can actually see a physical letter that was received by a family member a couple months ago, back in November here. And, physical letter, received it in a mailbox from the post office. And it has this letterhead. They try to make it look official, like it's from a law office. It has a logo up top, address, a phone number. And what it is and the name, where it says dear and then the name and the address up there, was all correct. It actually had my family member's name on it. And what the scam is it basically says somebody with your same last name passed away for COVID, and there's an insurance policy that you're entitled to because they share a last name with you. And the made-up person in this letter it was edited to have the same last name as the family member that is targeted. So this letter goes out. It's the same. It's identical for everybody except they swap out just the name to match whoever they're targeting. So in this case, it says that there's a $10 million inheritance. And because we share the last name, we're entitled to it. And this letter claims that this is a law office. They're all set and ready to handle it. They're asking for consent to be in partnership to claim the policy benefit. And if you Google any of the details on this letter, you find tons of people reporting the exact same, receiving the exact same letter. So this is actively circulating right now. And you'll notice at the bottom, one of the red flags, this is 100% risk-free. I do have all necessary documentation to expedite the process in a highly professional and confidential, red flag, right? Confidential manner. I will provide all the relevant documents to substantiate your claim as beneficiary. This claim requires a high level of confidentiality, again, red flag, and it may take up to 30 business days from the day I received your consent. Right? We talked about that red flag earlier. When they ask for confidentiality or secrecy, it's a red flag because they don't want you telling anybody or talking to anybody. You might get tipped off that's a scam. So this is a real letter that's going out, impersonating a law office, claiming that you have inheritance. How they get you is if you decide to engage and interact, they're going to try to get you to pay all taxes and fees on this first. And that's how they get you. You pay the taxes, you pay the fees, they take it, and then you never get the supposed inheritance. So that's how they scam you. They trick you into paying fees and taxes, which is actually being sent to them, and they steal it. So anyway, watch out for this letter. It's active right now. It's landing in people's mailboxes. This example's from, 3 months ago? So it's out there and circulating. They're still using snail mail. I got one more snail mail example to share with you. This one is of a fake renewal bill. Again, this one targeted one of my family members. So this letter is received. It lists a website. So his family member had a website. It listed the website up here. It had their name on it. And this fake letter, it makes it look like you have a service to renew. In this case, it's a 12-month term, listing maintenance. They say you got to pay it by, they have a date to pay it by, July 26th, right? So it's designed to look like you have a renewal due. And they're just sending out this letter to anybody, and they're hoping that people will just think it's a renewal and they'll pay it. But it's actually a scam. And in small text on the back, it'll say something like, this is an advertisement or this is not a renewal. But it's designed in a way where you don't see it. They have the return by date. Please submit payment before July 26th. They make it sound like you're going to get your website taken down or your listing taken down. I've seen a few different versions of these types of letters going out. But definitely be aware of this one. This one specifically targets website owners. So I'll have your website listed here, and it'll say, right, so here, return by date below to avoid offer expiration. Right, it's little words like that where it's like they probably avoid getting sued. But you don't realize it. This looks like it looks like it's a renewal. So you think you have to pay it, you pay it, and you just got scammed. So watch out for letters like this for marketing services, especially if they're from domain networks. That company, all they do is send out scam stuff. Or scam letters. Don't trust domain networks. So that's it. Those are 3 examples of snail mail scams that are currently circulating, all within the year. Right, they're active right now, so you need to watch out for them. Make sure your loved ones are aware of them. And we're getting close to almost wrapping up the stream here. If you're just joining us, you missed a lot of good stuff, but that's okay. We do this live stream every Thursday. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please do. Help us spread awareness. Click the like button, click the heart. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're here. And we're just going to go over one last thing I want to share with you. And this is on the scamware101.com website under Tools and Resources. While you're on our website, join our mailing list. Click join mailing list, type in your email address. We'll send you some good scam awareness tips and reminders when we're live. Follow us on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. We have links to all our social media pages right on our website homepage here. Username is ScamAware101 on all social media pages. But if you can't find us, we have the links right here on our homepage. So definitely follow, subscribe, like, help us spread awareness here. So the next thing we're going to go over here is under Tools and Resources. Went over this most of this stuff earlier, most of these links. So if you missed that, you missed some good details here. But anyway, Tools and Resources, lots of good useful links here. The link I want to wrap up this live stream, we'll talk about first, is the AARP Scam Tracking Map. This is really cool. AARP does a pretty good job with scams, and they do some podcasts here and there, and they post a lot of articles. And they do a pretty good job warning people about scams. But they have this tracking map, which I think is super cool, right? So you could go here, and you could see what scams are being reported and where they're being reported from. So, actually, I want to clear out let me see if I clear out the location here. There we go. So I just cleared out the location, so this way we can see all the entire country here. And on the right, it gives you details about the scams being reported. So let's see some recent scams. Government imposter scam. I received 2 different text messages saying I owed toll road fees. No toll roads where we live. So there you go. The first one reported is the unpaid toll scam that we were just talking about. I'm telling you, that one is crazy how many people are getting it. Second, unpaid car tolls. Here's another person reporting it. Another one. Received a text message with a link to pay an unpaid balance for Easy Pass. So out of the first 4 scam reports here, 3 of them were for the unpaid toll scam. That's how common this scam is. And what's cool about this map, it actually tells you what zip code the report's coming in from. So that's pretty neat. Let's see what's on the next page here. We were both told we had a package coming, but with incomplete address. All right, yeah. So that undeliverable package scam is still circulating, as one was just reported yesterday. Someone filed an unemployment claim using my maiden name, right? So someone's identity was stolen. Victim was contacted by someone pretending to be Apple support. The scammer told the victim there were fraudulent charges on their account, right? So there you go. You got the fake order scam that we were just talking about. They use it to pull you in, and then they tell you your identity's been stolen. I was scammed out of $1,500 thinking I was paying a bill, and they told me to use a Bitcoin machine to send them the money. Right? We talked about that red flag earlier. The Bitcoin machine is always a red flag. If you're dealing with somebody telling you to use a Bitcoin ATM, it's a scam. And this poor guy, this one was reported yesterday. And he was targeted with that one. Text messages saying I owed Easy Pass. Received an email from Xfinity about service being disconnected. That's actually very common. Xfinity right now, that email is going around a lot. If you get emailed about your Xfinity service, be suspicious, especially if it says like a bill hasn't been paid or your service is being disconnected. We've seen a lot of reports about those fake Xfinity emails going out. There's a couple warnings about other ones. Streaming service was going to be canceled. So that one's common. You'll get an email that looks like it's Netflix saying you got to update your billing information. It's a scam. It's a real estate information scam. Someone else reported this one to me, but I wasn't sure exactly what the point of the scam was. But here's a user reporting it. Let's see what they say. Maybe this will give me more details. Person who knew my address and acted as if he wanted to buy my home. Nah, I didn't give any details about the scam. Oh, well. Well, we know there are people being targeted with it. But anyway, yeah, this is the AARP scam map. And I think it's awesome because you could go in here, you could type in your zip code. If you actually want to search for a scam, you could do view all filters. And you actually put a keyword in here. So, I don't know. What's a scam we could do? I'm going to type in iPhone and see what iPhone scams people are reporting. Received an email from PayPal saying there was an unauthorized purchase on my account. Right, so there's a fake order scam example. Yeah. Email from fake Amazon email claiming I purchased an iPhone. That was one of the examples we just went over with the fake order. The fake order example. I got contacted claiming to be from Amazon. He purchased an iPhone. It's a fake order scam. So yeah, anyway, that's a scam tracking map from ARRP. It's pretty cool. You can see what scams are trending in your area and check out the reports that are coming in from people throughout the country. And we have links to that right on our scamware101.com resources page. You scroll down a little bit and we have a link to scam tracking map. And the BBB offers a similar scam tracking tool. So fun things to play around with to get an idea of what's going on with the latest scams. So anyway, that's about it for our live stream. I think we're going to get it wrapped up here. Last chance to say hi in the chat. Let us know if you want to hear about anything or have any questions. Looks like the viewers are starting to dwindle down a little bit here, so we'll get wrapped up. But hey, thank you everybody for attending our weekly live stream. I always have a blast talking to everybody in the chat. We saw a lot of new people in the chat this week, which is really cool. I hope some of you subscribe to our YouTube channel. I hope to see a bunch of you next week too. We do this live stream every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. The goal is to spread awareness, and we'll go over the latest headlines, show examples of the latest scams, and just trying to put something good out there. If you haven't had a chance yet, please subscribe to our mailing list. It's free. We don't send you a lot of junk email. Just go to scamware101.com and click join mailing list. And you can follow us on our social media pages, Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. Definitely subscribe to our YouTube channel. You're here, so click that subscribe button. Help us spread awareness. All right. All right, everybody. To wrap this up, thank you again for attending. I'm Jared Caldara with Scamware 101. I hope we shared some useful information with you. Hope you learned something, or at least reminded you about some scams to warn your loved ones about. I hope to see you next week on next week's live stream. All right. Thank you again, everybody. Have a great night. Stay safe.